Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. VIX is finally a little bit elevated. Here we are on February 5th, 2026. The year's just flying by. And then indexes are finally a little bit lower on the year, being led by the NASDAQ. I put in my morning note this morning, we had the rally earlier this year, which was led by the Russell, and now the NASDAQ is taking leadership lower. And we're going to see what this market's really made of today. I think today's a pretty big day. Joining me on the panel this morning, remember Shai is out in Saudi Arabia, probably in flight, headed her way back to the States. Again, we miss you, Shai. She's listening to us, for sure. You have to say that.
Absolutely.
She's very sensitive. No, we'll look forward to having Shai back next week. Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Morning. We've got the man in the middle on the big screen. Well, he's no longer on the big screen. They took him off already because we got another guy joining us today. I'm excited about senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples, and happy risk off day. I'm throwing everything overboard today.
Oh, he's real bearish. You can feel it. And the guy I've been listening to on NinjaTrader Live every time I'm not on air, he's finally on air with me. Co-founder of Forex Analytics, Blake Morrow. Good morning, Blake.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me back. And it's great to see you, Anthony. It's been a while.
It's been a while, man. Like I said, I've listened to him every time I'm not on air. I got him in my ear, and now we get to have him here with the three of us. Going to be a good morning to talk about markets because we do finally have an elevated VIX. You know, you have been talking about this, Craig, a lot. You know, the VIX just keeps getting slammed into every close. This morning, before we get to the more of the news of the morning, but did something come out this morning that we saw the S&P kind of drop out of the sky a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, at 7:30, I think there was some news out, the Challenger job cuts total. So the monthly read on job cuts came out well above expectations, 108,435 versus last month at 35,000. It's not really a number that is very well forecasted, but a six-figure number to start the year. That's mostly private sector, layoffs. So I think there's a sensitivity in the market to the labor market. We've been talking about, not having the non-farm payroll data this week kind of makes it a little more difficult to know where the momentum in the labor market is going. But there's clear sensitivity here, some weakness to end the year. The ADP numbers came in a little bit below expectations yesterday at 22,000, with 37,000 last month. So the labor market's on, it's been no hiring, no firing, but now with a six-figure firing number, people are thinking, okay, maybe it's no hiring and more firing, right? And we get more announcements really every day from Amazon and other companies, talking about layoffs. We've been seeing more momentum on the AI story, which we know is going to be labor displacement thesis going forward. So a little bit of sensitivity to the labor market really slowing here. Bonds reacted, the front end moved higher, yields went down kind of across the board there. And so I think that maybe spooked the equity market, which has been in a little bit more of a precarious situation now that the VIX is starting to grind higher. We're seeing that cross-asset volatility we've been talking about in FX and in commodities filter into the equity market. Yesterday was a massive quant unwind day, really one for the ages. So under the hood, things were wild. And then now you're starting to see it seep into the indices a little bit more. You get a macro data point, and then boom, we get a little bit more of a negative reaction. We do have more labor data coming out this morning. So if I look at the calendar here at 8:30, we get jobless claims. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll get the jolts. And so we'll get a little bit more of a read on the labor market. And then the non-farm payroll, which was supposed to be Friday, is now going to be next Wednesday. So we're going to be getting a lot more of a lot better of a look at the health of the labor market here. And there's definitely some sensitivity to what is this economy really booming, or do we have some issues here in the labor market?
Yeah, and knowing that we moved that much off of this morning's number, those data points become even more important to watch. Quick look at the tape, everybody, then we'll get to the rest of the panel. So S&P is now off 39 at 68, 66 and a quarter. NASDAQ is 24,785. NASDAQ's down a good amount for the year now. It's down about, around 700 points-ish, roughly, right around there. Down $216 this morning, leading the markets lower. Russell has now gotten softer with the rest of the indexes. You're seeing all the indexes work together. Down $14 in the Russell at 26.18.5. The Dow's down 183, 49,407. One quick thing we didn't talk about really was coming off of earnings yesterday with Google. Market didn't like Google, then it liked Google, and then it didn't like Google again. Anything that we should know about?
Yeah, I mean, Google's trading down about 3-4% overnight. I mean, the big story for Google, massive capex expansion.
Yeah,
We're talking about close to, really close to $200 billion of capex, for 2026. Just an enormous number, well ahead of expectations. And so it begs the question, what are they doing here? Are they trying to really just drive the rest of the players out of the industry? Look, they're a $4 trillion company. They get, basically unlimited access to capital, traded at a big multiple, can borrow very cheaply. So they're probably thinking, we're going for this. This is a multi-decade story. We want to be the leader, and we're going to do whatever it takes to be number one at the end. And they're going to spend, ridiculous amounts of money on that. Good for, certain names where they're spending the capex on. Broadcom was bid overnight. Even NVIDIA had some bid. But clearly the concerns about the returns associated with this capex are going to become, top of mind. The other thing too, they're going to issue a lot of debt, and they're going to slow down the share buybacks. This is another story which I think we're going to hear more about in 2026, which is the tech story, which has been for years has been driven by share buybacks. Those share buybacks are going away. Net share reductions in the quarter for Google were basically flat. They're not retiring any shares anymore. Same for Meta. Same for Microsoft. So that share buyback support is not there. Companies are raising more debt in order to fund the capex, and we're more concerned about the returns. Credit spreads across part of this industry are starting to widen. The market's becoming a little bit more concerned about this now.
Yep. And so another quick run through. We got crude down $1.50, 63.63. Metals off pretty decently this morning. Silver's down 11% to 74.95, back below 75. We'll see how that ends the day, because who knows with silver. I mean, gold is trading at 48.33, down 117 bucks. Copper getting hit as well this morning, back below $6 to 5.76. Platinum back to 2,000 at 20.29. Decent moves in these metals as usual. Bonds up 6 ticks this morning to 114.23. Non-story there as far as I'm concerned. Same old with the bond market. 10-year yield comes in at 4.26. And we get to the currencies. A little mix there on the dollar. Bring you in, Blake. You saw that news come out this morning. You just heard Craig talk about it. Indexes took a little hit. What'd you see in the tape overnight and this morning?
Well, we had the Bank of England just had they held rates unchanged, but the votes were more dovish. So there's two that voted for a potential cut, two more than previous, and so sterling was a little bit on the back foot. The currency market's kind of getting pulled a couple of different directions. There's a big expiry, like over $3 billion expiring in the euro today. Here in the next couple hours at the 118 level. So it's kind of had us pegged there. But we've seen this inverse, or actually I should say inverse relationship between the dollar and precious metals as of late. So as precious metals have sold off, you've seen the dollar kind of strengthen. That happened in Asia overnight. And then you have the dollar yen in the mix, because you have the snap election. We have Takeichi. She's expected to come out with a big victory. That could really influence the yen and fiscal policy moving forward. There's been, kind of mixed signs, whether it be, weaken the yen, but a lot of analysts are starting to say, hey, you know what? She might not have to be as aggressive on the fiscal front if she has this majority. And then you can see the yen strengthen a little. The bottom line with the yen is we're getting close to that yen intervention level. We're getting back to levels where we've been talking about this over the last couple of weeks on here on NinjaTrader, but as we've bounced back from the low 150s, closing in on the 160s, we are now starting to get in that intervention efforts where Bassett might not be as easy on the market this time around, since the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury are actually in sync at this point in time. So there's been a lot of moving parts in the currency market. And I think all of our focus right now with currencies and the influence has been this just meltdown, pun intended, in silver and gold as of the last week.
I heard you last week talking about looking at the Australian dollar for any sort of key directional leadership, and I've heard you talk about this in the past as well, as to what the indexes may be doing. Anything coming out at you to see if maybe there's signs that this sell-off in equities could last, because we just keep bouncing, and we've been very range bound. But today it does feel different.
It does. Well, as far as the RBA goes, they raised rates. They're one of the first, one of the central banks that's really diverging away from Fed policy, and looking at their data and what expectations are, they are expected to continue to hike rates. Where the U.S. we're looking to obviously cut rates. So the Aussie's been on the bid. I still think technically, while we're above 69 cents, it's still bullish. But we're just we've had a really big move. We rallied above 70 cents. We pulled back a little bit, but it's been an epic move in the Aussie dollar. So now it's kind of taken a breath. I am a little worried though, because if the Aussie dollar starts to sell off, despite all of the positive news, despite the RBA raising rates, then you have to start looking at it as a risk currency. So if you're talking about dislodging U.S. equities, I think one of the canaries in the coal mine that I would be looking at, is the Aussie dollar. If the Aussie dollar gets below 69 cents, that would signal to me that the market does not have risk appetite. It is really looking away from anything in the currency market that would suggest that we should be buying stocks, buying the dip per se. And we're not close to that. We're at 69.75, which is about 75 bips off of really critical support. But like I said, we get below 69 cents. And if I'm long equities, I'm going to start turning towards the currency market and really focusing there.
Got it. Thanks for that, Blake.
My
Pull
pleasure.
up the 6A, everybody. Check it out on your charts. I've got it up on mine now. 69 seems to be the number this morning. We have 69,000 in Bitcoin, Jimmy. We've got Farm on later. I'm sure he'll be excited about that. Anyone who's been with Farm, we know. He goes, it's just in the math, he says. It's in the math. So here we are, Bitcoin sub 70,000, 69,000 this morning, seeing crypto get hit, seeing equities get hit like we've talked about. Jimmy, what are you seeing coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I looked at was this NASDAQ sell-off. It's pretty, we're down about 700 points from the yearly open, right? And then that's what's over 2%, right there. We just took out this December swing low at 24,887 and took it. We probed it yesterday, but today we're really have continuation selling going on here. So this is looking particularly gnarly. If you go all the way back to a swing low back here in November 21st, right around Thanksgiving, that November low, 23,940, didn't think it was ever going to be a possibility. It's looking like a possibility now. So this is kind of a 3-day acute sell-off below the VWAPs, below the yearly open, and then the RSI is almost, it's trying to get to 30 again. So this is pretty negative right now in the stock index futures. I'm bearish here today. And then just to take a really quick peek, if we can, at the Bitcoin chart, that thing is not looking pretty good. This thing's looking pretty bad. I mean, look at where we were. We were, October, we were 125,000, and now we're below those April lows of 74,605 right now. And I don't know if these are three dark soldiers or whatever you call them in charting, but this is just a really, really negative technical look. I have to do extensions to try to figure out targets. We have that August 2024 low, though, around just south of that 50,000 level. So again, this is risk off. Money's flowing out of here. That the IBIT outflow yesterday was 373 million out of that ETF.
Yeah, I mean, you keep seeing the memes with Master and Tom Lee with Ethereum and how all that stuff has just been getting destroyed. And again, I don't think I've been a buyer of spot. I puked them because there's only so much I'm going to withstand on it. It was a loss for me. But I look at the market and I look at the environment and go, this is still a pro crypto administration, but boy, have they just lost its luster, and there's just no momentum there. And Craig, I want to go back to you because I want to talk a little bit about where we are right now with this market environment. Right, we see you and I have been talking about this for a while. Again, the only really spot in the market that I feel is somewhat clear to me is crude oil. I think crude oil continues to look like it wants to catch a bid. It's not catching one today, but it's like we keep chipping away lower, and crypto's been getting killed, chipping away lower in stocks, but we're not really big sellers. Maybe today changes it a little bit. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we've been talking about this for the last couple weeks now. The volatility we've been seeing in precious metals, which then kind of filtered into the FX market a little bit as the president went to Davos and came back, and the dollar really had a big sell-off and then kind of bounced back. And then we were asking, okay, is this going to filter into the equity market? And it hasn't yet, but because of the zero data expiry, right? It's been holding the indices together, but on the periphery, we've been seeing undulations have been growing and growing and growing. And so under the hood, volatility has seeped over. And yesterday, it's basically yesterday, and I pointed this out with an X thread yesterday, it's kind of the fifth day in a row where we've seen like massive quant unwind under the hood. And yesterday was enormous. You basically wound up having like the momentum factor was down 700 basis points. And the value factor was up 700 basis points, right? So close to 1,500 basis point swing between two factors. This is, hundreds of billions of dollars of capital in quants that are trading factor exposures. And that's what's really driving a lot of these moves. Staples were ripping yesterday while software was, getting destroyed, right? You had a bunch of these dynamics in place. And so when you have the volatility cross asset then filtering into the quant universe, you have the ability now to say, okay, quants are going through a degrossing period where they're taking down both sides of the book, they're losing money, and we're getting closer to this seeping into the underlying indices. And then when you have the fundamental data come out with the earnings, Google last night, Amazon today, now the market, I think, can start to break free a little bit and start trading with a higher correlations, right? Correlations have been incredibly low. They're starting to creep back up. Volatility of volatility, VVIX is starting to move higher. And so I think we're now moving into where we can get a beta move. And it seems right now to me the beta move is going to be to the downside, right? The things that we've been worried about have finally filtered in. People are getting more concerned about the software story and the AI capex return story. And now if they're going to be concerned about the labor market, what are we holding on to here? We've rotated into pro-growth cyclicals with a labor market that's deteriorating. Not a good setup. So I think we're very close to having a highly correlated beta move to the downside here. And finally seeing that volatility, pick up in the equity markets. The VIX has kind of moved higher now, trading above 20. This is a more precarious backdrop for today's trading and through the rest of the week.
And I say finally because I've been short a bunch of times this year. It's I'm not short right now. We didn't know that was going to happen. But Blake, let's talk about the market environment again here a little bit. If we just peel back this year and what it's been an equity market that's been very sideways. You're finally seeing the VIX elevated like we talked about. I mean, Bitcoin, everyone talks about as a proxy to what's going to happen in equities. It's not been the case. I mean, let's face it, Russell made highs, all-time highs this year. S&P is all-time high, was just recently. And here we are, again with a bond market that's sideways and metals just very volatile. Again, I look at it and go, where's like the clear look here? I continue to think that energy is probably going to be the place this year. But what are your thoughts coming into a day like today? Because I think it is starting to set up what maybe this year could look like.
Yeah, it's been very frustrating for everybody. And this is for bulls and bears. And when you're in a bullish market and you're pinned up against like a weekly channel high. I mean, you look at the S&Ps from the COVID lockdown lows. So we're talking back basically the lows of 2020 up. We're in this big, huge channel. We're at the top. We're pegged at the highs. What's going to dislodge the market? You think that Bitcoin, as you pointed out, Bitcoin might be that canary in the coal mine. I'm going to tell you, for me, the currency market is the biggest market in the world. And that's the market that really gives me all the indication that I need to know before I start getting the all clear to be on the short side of the market. Because at this point, you just, you buy the 200 handle dip in the S&P, you sell it 200 points higher, around 7K, buy it at 6,800, and you just kind of play that very frustrating range. But I'm actually looking at carry trades in the currency market, like the emerging market ones. The biggest one out there that I'm going to be focused on is the US dollar Mexican peso. And if that thing breaks above 1760, that really tells me that the underlying, this is the canary in the coal mine that I'd be looking at for currencies. But yeah, coming into a market like this, it is very frustrating. And I know, you see it, whether it's on your, the fin twit, if you will. A lot of bears will come out of the woodwork early in the morning when the S&P is trading, below 6850 and, be like, here it is, distribution and, market's going to roll over. And then we just get this, levitation right back up. So I'm just kind of focusing right now on the currencies and letting the currencies tell me when when the big money below the surface is really starting to move. And right now, you're starting to see murmurings of it because you're seeing the stabilization where emerging market currencies aren't really going up anymore. Euro is a big funding currency, and a lot of people don't think of that when they think about the euro, but people sell euros to buy other things. So when the euro starts going higher against other currencies, that is like another little tidbit of information, a little piece of the puzzle that I take and put together in the mornings. Every time I sit down in the morning with my cup of coffee, those little puzzle pieces I'm putting together that I'm starting to see, and I think the clarity is starting to come. But the one thing that Craig just pointed out is the data. Everything's fine and dandy till it's not, and it's really the data that's going to turn this market. And the challenger numbers today, that layoff data is not good. And I know the weekly unemployment claims probably won't move a lot, but how about if they do? How about if we see a tick up? Maybe like 20 or 30,000 or 40,000 more than expected. Things like that are what will get the market's attention, is when the data starts to show us, potential recessionary data. If we start really seeing that, and it starts, the surprise index comes down, you start seeing things like that, that's when the stock market's really going to get vulnerable, in my opinion.
Yeah, and well, if that starts to happen from that data, then you're going to get a bid in bonds, and you're likely to get an offer in equities, which is, I wouldn't say that's exactly what I thought was going to happen this year eventually. I thought eventually it was going to be a lower bond, potentially with lower equities, fear of inflation down the road. But ultimately now you have a scenario where this morning, and again, I'm not saying this is where we're going with it, but you have a scenario where bonds are now the play to be a buy, and equities might get sold off because we're worried about jobs. Is that what kind of you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing a steepener today again, right? Front end moving lower more rapidly than the back end, and the back end still has the supply pressures, right, from treasury, but also from the AI capex. Google's going to announcing 190 billion in capex come Monday. They're going to do a huge bond deal, I suspect, and so there's going to be supply pressure, which I think makes bonds a more difficult trade. I think they could still work. The steepener is probably the trade, right? If the economy and the labor market shows more signs of deceleration here, you'll see the expectations for Fed rate cuts come back in, and so 2-year yield will move, much more rapidly to the downside. So you'll see that steepener, but yeah, look, I think we've romanced this idea that the economy is the greatest economy. Well, the president has the greatest economy of all time, and I think we're at kind of potentially peak growth expectations. You had a big ISM manufacturing number earlier in the week. People think, okay, the economy is great, but under the hood, we know the labor market is not great, and we know the low-end consumer is really struggling. And so there's been a dearth of data on the labor market because of the shutdown. It kind of messed up all the data, and now this delay with the NFP. People are saying, well, let's wait for the data. Well, you got a data point just now with the layoffs. Let's see claims. Let's see jolts at 10 o'clock. And next week we'll get the full NFP reading. But if the labor market is deteriorating, it's harder to make that case for this great cyclical improvement in the economy. And so all the rotations into pro-cyclical parts out of AI into value that's related to the economy doesn't seem like a great place to have capital.
Craig, do you mind if I?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Do
you mind if I jump in here just a second? One of the other things, you guys mentioned Google, right? And Anthony, you were like, oh yeah, yesterday capex spend huge. They liked it. This morning they don't like it so much. Google's down like 2-3% pre-market. I haven't looked at it in the last 20 minutes since we started, but I know it's down pre-market. But look at like Palantir, blowout earnings, right? Stock was up like 7-8%. Then the next day we like literally imploded, and you couldn't have had a better earnings call. When stocks stop going up on good news, we have to be paying attention to that. And so I think watching Google today, we got Amazon after the close. We're going to get a good read on consumerism globally, because Amazon is not a U.S. company; they're a global company. So we're going to be seeing a lot of. I think you got to watch those equities and how they respond too. I think that's another piece of the puzzle we need to pay attention to. Sorry, just wanted to jump in with that.
No, I'm glad you did. I mean, the repositioning that's going to be happening now, it's going to be good for traders. There's going to be a lot of activity. I'm really curious to see how the bond market reacts to the rest of the data today, because if they keep going up and we keep going down, what does that look like? Like you said, especially the short end of the curve, what does that look like if it starts getting a spike? All of a sudden, rate cuts are back on the table, and I'll be curious to see how equities truly do respond to that on a day like today, where we are near lows of the year in the S&P, if not almost going to be right on them potentially when we come out this morning with NASDAQ making new lows. I think it's a big day for equities because we've had a lot of back and forth here, man. Let's see what we can finally, if we finally break out a little bit here in the indexes. But we're going to get to all of that and more because it's about that time to take a deeper dive into the charts with this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with gold. This is a daily gold chart here, and you can see the explosive move up and the explosive move down right now. I have that piercing line again. I'm big on these piercing lines for benchmark candles at 50.57. We've failed to even penetrate it, let alone close above it right now. So there was a failure to kind of regain those highs. And right now we're just tapping on the annual VWAP. We just touched it earlier this morning. We have a pretty, bearish engulfing candle right now. We're close to that 61.8% retracement also, which is, when we get to close below that, I'm going to be even more bearish here. We started off the year at 43.19. So we're kind of in the middle of the pack right now, but we'll see how it goes. It seems like some of the steam is coming out of gold, at least for today. This is an intraday chart right now. This is a 10-minute chart. You can see that we're trading below the session VWAP. That's kind of my line in the sand right now. That's at 49.13.9. The bears have a little bit more power right now. Point of control, 48.82. Now, one-day min, we've already breached it 3-4 times so far this session. So that's kind of no longer a target for me. The next target down is at 0 DTE put support. That's at 4,800. So we'll see if we get a breakout to the downside. Below that, we have the big put support number at 4,700. That'd be another $100. That would be a big move down for gold. Alternatively, on the top, on the upside here, you can see the London initial balance was relatively tight. And the top of the London initial balance was that 0 DTE call resistance level and that 0 DTE gamma wall level, and that's at 49.50. A breakout to the upside gets us to that call resistance level at 5,000, then jacks 2, and then that one-day max. So there are targets on the upside as well. Let's pivot over to the E-mini S&P. This is also a really, really great technical analysis peak. And we're below the yearly VWAP. We're below the anchored VWAP from November. Support has failed. We're trading well below. This fib line almost is irrelevant right now. We're down at 78.6%. I have another trend line sloping up here. We're approaching that, and we have that yearly. We have this. This is not the yearly open. This is mislabeled, but the swing low right here at 68.15. Spot 5 is a target on the downside, and it looks like it wants to get down there. That's the bigger picture. Intraday, we do have some pretty good targets here as well. VWAP is in the rearview mirror, the session VWAP. Point of control is pretty far north right now, but we're developing a second volume cluster a little bit lower where we're at right now. So potential competing point of control at 68, 68.75. Previous sessions lows are kind of holding the support. Yeah, we probed down below it a little bit. I'm sorry, sessions lows at 68.62. We probed below it. We closed once below it, but now we're kind of flirting with it again. Below that, we have Jacks 1 at 68.50, super important level. And then these one-day mins from MenthorQ. I love these one-day mins, especially on big move days, because a lot of times when they're outside the bands, they do attract price, and that's around 68.38 spot 75. And below that, well, it's the deep sea. Above it, if we do get a bid here, that 0 DT put support is right at the bottom of the London initial balance. So that's at 6,900, nice even number. Official point of control we already talked about. And then above that, the weekly open is up here at 69.43. So that's a long, long way, but these markets have been pretty volatile. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Let's go back to the panel.
Thanks, Jimmy. We know we only have you for a few more minutes, Blake. I want to hand it back off to you. Kind of lead us into today. We talked about data, what we'll be watching, bonds, currencies, anything else on top of mind as you come into today's trading day?
I'm keeping an eye on Tom Lee and his Bitmine stock. I'm just kidding. I'm not. But man, if you guys you want to pull up BMNR, whew, gosh, that's Tom Lee in a nutshell. But no, I am keeping an eye on Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin, bear flag targets, and Craig, you know our acronym we use around here, right? LIFO. We talked a lot about it over the last several weeks. Bitcoin looks like it's got a $55,000 level bear flag target on its head or on its back. And it's just got an insatiable selling nonstop. The ECB press conference is happening right now. Some options are going to dislodge, and we had some really weak U.S. data. So and matter of fact, I believe weekly unemployment claims. Go ahead, Jim.
They just hit, I was just going to say that the weekly jobless claims just hit right now, 231 versus 212 expected, so 19,000 higher than expected. Continuing claims right basically in line at 1.844 million. So look, that's a negative surprise there on the claims. The front end continued its move with now 2-year yields trading 351. That's 4 basis points lower now. So look, that's another disconcerting sign for the labor market. That's 2 of the labor data points today. We get the jolts at 10 o'clock, but again, with such a focus on is the economy strong or not, what's the labor market doing, and for the Fed to have just upgraded their assessment of the labor market last week, to get data points like this that throw caution to that view is concerning, and I think that's something that the equity market's likely to notice here.
That's the old facepalm, right? And we were just talking about that too just a moment ago. If these weekly unemployment claims jump, and that's a fairly significant jump from where we've been. And so, with that data, with the options expiring, huge $3.7 billion worth of options expiring in Europe on the euro. Once that's done, you might see a little bit of dollar, catching up. You might see some dollar selling come in. The euro could, trade a little bit higher, and the dollar is really sensitive to economic data as well. So this slow grind that we have in the stock market, the slow grind higher. You got to be really careful. Another 50 basis or 50 points lower in this SPOOs. We're near some pretty critical support that Jim was just pointing out. And those are levels I'm going to be watching really carefully as we go into today. And I know I'm going to be back here with you guys tomorrow morning, but one of the other big things for the currency market is going to be the Japanese snap elections, because there's always a talk in the equity markets about this big old huge yen carry trade. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Go take a look at the yen. Go look at any cross rate of the yen. You got the Aussie yen, New Zealand yen. These are high beta currencies moving higher against the yen at all-time highs. If that stuff unwinds, that will have a ripple effect on equities. So if you want to, if you guys are equity market traders and you're like, oh, what's the black swan event? What's the canary in the coal mine? Just keep an eye on the yen. The yen could be a really big mover this weekend as we approach this election and post-election, especially if the Treasury and the Ministry of Finance want to get involved, and we'll call that yen-tervention risk. So
you can't forget yen-tervention. Just keeps
yen-tervention
sticking in your mind. You can't forget it. Blake, always great to have you here on NinjaTrader Live. I'm great to finally get you on the panel with me. It's been a lot of fun this morning. Look forward to the next time. And, of course, everyone go check out what he's doing with Forex Analytics. Check out what Blake is doing on his X channel. All that will be the link in the chat. And you will see Blake tomorrow morning, as usual, on Fridays. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, guys. And it's been my pleasure today. Good luck today.
See you, Blake.
Thanks, Blake.
All right. Going to go to my charts here for a minute. I want to look at a couple of things coming into today.
By the way, Deli,
go ahead, Jay.
Bonds did catch a bid on that news. Now we're almost to a 115 handle again.
Yeah, I was going to go to the bonds after the ES. So the S&P continues to bounce off of this area. We talked about this yesterday. You heard Salma talk about it in when she was on live, and Pax and I both look at the same thing. It's here. You have the opening first days of the year. I box out that range. It's boxed out on my charts every year, and I don't know forever really. I always look at that first day of the year to see where it is, and here we are right back down to that low of the first day of the year. So if you really think about where we've come from, because I think it's important, from the beginning of the year, we're still in the first days of the year's range. Yeah. Nothing's happened. So if you're so worried about like catching this break or whatever, like I kind of was for a little bit, where's Jared Tendler? I need him right now. No, but in all seriousness, I've been really smart about it, because when they've turned back above like 69.02, I'm just really not sitting short. And I've been waiting to see if we can get a close, and if we do start below 69.02, which is the opening price, if we start to push below here today, And we do see some daily closes back below 69.02, 68.65. What's happening right now on the Bollinger Bands, Boomer Bands, is that you're starting to see them open up like a mouth, which I have not seen in some time. That means that we could have a substantial move. I think we're headed to 67.20 if that does happen. Now today, a lot to play for, because if we hold here again, we get right back up in this mess, and who knows, we go right back to 7,000, no doubt about it. 68.65 this morning, 69.02. We start pushing below there. Anytime I see that mouth opening up, it just tells me you just do not want to try and buy the dip today if we start to go down. Before, it's been different. Now it's starting to open up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with volatility starting to creep higher, right? That your bands are starting to widen, right? We've seen this bid in the VIX come into tape, and we've seen the under the hood dynamics in play with the unwinds and the cross asset volatility picking up. So, look, I think the discipline of saying let's wait until we are below the start of the year, that's lining up now maybe with the fundamentals, right? So one of the things we've been talking about the fundamentals about reasons to be negative, but price action wasn't there. But then when the price action starts to mesh with the momentum and starts to mesh with the fundamentals, then you're starting to check off more and more boxes about reasons that we really could go lower. Plus, we're in a time period here where we're still 2.5 weeks away from expiry, so the window of potential weakness is open. We're through earnings. Dispersions out the lows, get ready for a correlated move here. Now, the correlated move could be the upside. What would be the driver of that? Well, typically, it'd be Fed liquidity. We're not getting that. It would be Treasury liquidity. We're not getting that. The last thing would be a Trump tweet, right? We're always at risk of a Trump tweet. One thing he could probably say is the Iran deal has been struck, right? That would be the one potential bullish thing, because if there's some deal with Iran and oil drops and there's world peace, again, this is, that'll be a low probability event, but it's just something that, because there is supposed to be a meeting tomorrow with Iran, and, could have some positive momentum here from that. But aside from that, it's going to be hard to get the beta move to the upside where volatility really gets crushed. I think that's what I'm concerned about for the tape. And so, I think the things are lining up here for a more protracted move to the downside.
Yeah, you don't need to chase it lower. I mean, when it starts to happen, it's going to happen. I mean, I go back to the ES real quick before I go to the crude oil market. Again, I have seen so many times where we fail below the yearly VWAP. We get back in the year in the range for the year, and each time I've been short a little bit. And it's just like the fact that it fails to hold, you just get out of them, And then you look at it now, we're actually starting to again show what I think I thought we were going to see earlier. And it's just like, okay, let it start to work, because if it does start to happen, again, we've not really made a range for the year yet. And the question really comes from here, in my opinion, is if we start to go lower, we're going to start to make a range for the year. So the move lower could be substantial. And it's the same thing goes back to the upside. If we hold here the next couple of days, first off, I'd be very impressed. But if we did, the move up now with the Bollinger Bands opening puts us up, 7,100 plus. Again, next couple days here, going to be pretty important. Like you said, we're in the window of weakness. VIX is now getting above 20. You now have volatility. Again, I think we're going lower, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we will, because anything can change that. The good news is that volatility is here. I want to go to crude real quick, and then Jimmy, I want to hand it over to you, and I want you to go over bonds, like post the number. This is the trade that continues to work for me this year. This is by far where my best work has been done this year. The crude oil market, every time it pulls back to yearly VWAP, and we keep coming back, I've been waiting for it to come back to my neutrals areas. I've not been able to sit in any sort of swing position. But I think crude is in a little bit of a pattern right now where it could come back down in here. This, to me, is a zone where I look at and go, if crude comes back in here, I mean, it is just a straight up buy for me. Talk about a market that's making a move for the year, that's setting the year up from January, crude oil, period. Right? Here's the open of the year, and this is what we've done. Energy is bid. And so, again, if you like a market that is steady in a trend from the beginning of the year, then this is the market I'm looking at. And you just got to be patient with it. You don't need to chase it higher. It could be a slow mover, and eventually maybe we do get more volatility out of it. Like you said, it could be a Trump tweet from Iran that pulls crude lower, which we've already seen. Again, this to me is the one you buy the dip on any sort of news that comes out that tells you that it's going, that takes it initially lower, because it's proven that once the dust settles, it grinds back up. So that's what I'm looking at coming in right now is potentially short in S&P, and we'll wait for a pullback in CL. Jimmy, I want to go back to you and see what you're seeing in the bond market, because coming out of the data this morning, I'm going to be interested to see what the bonds do and what this relationship looks like today versus equities. If bonds start going up, does S&P look at that and go, maybe the downside is limited?
Yeah, I mean, it liked the data, as bad as it was, and look at that. Where do we go? We went to Jax 1. Surprise, surprise, 115,000. We're just bumping up against it right now. We'll see if we could break through it to the upside. But it liked the data, and we have some targets up here too. I mean, we have a 1-day max that's right around the corner here at 03. But the bigger picture here is on the daily chart. We're back in that consolidation range. This consolidation range started, believe it or not, in early December. So we're going on month 3 now. Yeah, we've had a couple of times where we've kind of traded below it. That 114, 17, 30 seconds kind of line in the sand happened a couple times, but it didn't stick. It wasn't sticky. We just kind of popped right back up again, and today's a good example of that. We're not in the middle of the range yet. My anchored VWAP is kind of the middle of the range right now, and that's 115.09, 30 seconds. That would be a milestone if we can get a candle closing above that. And then we have this kind of loosely fitting downward sloping trend line also, which I got my eye on. Again, a close above that will be bullish right now. But this is a nice move up, but I'm not ready to declare victory being bullish in this market just yet, because we've seen this story before. Up in the 115 handles temporarily and then back down. So it's still a little on shaky ground right now, Deli.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, it's interesting to see that the bond market tried to make a lower low. What was it? 2 days ago for the year. It was got maybe within, let's call it 10 ticks. And now we're turned back around, back inside the range for the year. They were already inside the range for the year because they didn't make a lower low, but we're back in kind of more of the belly of it. And because to me, the data has changed kind of the dynamic, Craig, because you literally heard us talk about it a week ago. Watch for the bond market to go lower, which is what I was looking for. And all of a sudden, you could see equity start to get pushed lower. That dynamic has changed.
Yeah.
It's changed because of a jobs number this morning.
Yeah, I mean, these are, volatile numbers, right? And we'll have to see, numbers at 10 o'clock and through next week about the labor market. But clearly there's sensitivity in the bond market to the labor market, right? And so if we don't have that pace of job creation, you can understand why bonds are going to, generally catch a bid if the economy isn't as strong as perceived. The big issue that the bond market has is supply. Next week, we got 3-year, 10-year, and 30-year auction for Treasury. This week, we've already had $60 billion of IG issuance. Next week, if Google and Amazon both do IG, you'll probably get well north of that. Funding AI capex is debt finance. The U.S. Treasury is borrowing massively, every week. If we get the Japan election to go as planned, deficit spending in Japan is going through the roof. JGB market's going to sell off at the long end. Boons are selling off because of supply and deficit spending. China's doing deficit spending. So you have massive supply issues, which are making the traditional buy the long end on growth slowness trade much more challenging. So I think that's that push and pull. Donnie talked about that earlier in the week about the supplies. But yeah, I think if the dynamic here is that the U.S. economy isn't as strong as people perceive, and that puts a little bit of a bid into bonds, I don't think that's going to be good for stocks, because we've rotated into stocks that benefit from an economy that's accelerating, not one that's contracting. So it's a kind of a bizarre dynamic there in that regard. But again, I think people will focus on the data as we get data and as we get clean data, and the jury will be out. And to Blake's point about earnings, the earnings reactions are poor. If the earnings reactions are poor, people will have to question whether or not they can be as sized up in some of the names that they own, as we push through the rest of the first quarter. And that's another, potential, negative catalyst.
I think he's spot on, Blake, what he talked about this morning. We are watching earnings come out that are pretty good. I said it yesterday. I said earnings have not been, I just said they're not been horrible. And I said, really, no, that's not true. They've actually been pretty good, not great necessarily. And markets have reacted with a lot of them on initial positive moves, and then they've fallen back. And when you look about what equities have done, they've had negative moves, which has been taken back in the middle of the day towards the end of the day because of what's happening with the VIX. Again, a little bit of a dynamic shift now. And a little bit of change in the data and the way that the bond market's reacting. You have a little bit of change in the way that the indexes may start to react because now the VIX is actually getting lifted. Yeah. And so now I think you're going to see a lot of repositioning across the futures markets, which makes it for a busy day for day traders.
Yeah, I think we've been waiting for data. We finally got some data, and the data is going in a direction that I don't think people are positioned for. Odds of recession basically are priced at 0. No one believes it. So, earlier in the week with the ISM print, peak growth expectations, things are good. And so when you get data kind of shifting the other way, even at the margin, because of where positioning is, I think we could start to see, some unwind. Right? We've rotated into cyclicals. We've rotated into things that benefit from a stronger economy as we've moved out of and here's another word, a SaaS apocalypse, which is the software unwind that we've been seeing.
What?
SaaS, which is software as a service, apocalypse. That's a new word that's going around.
I can't remember all this stuff.
But so we've shifted out of the software names, the AI, names that are going to get hurt by AI, into pro-cyclical names for the economy. If the narrative then becomes more of, well, maybe the economy isn't as good as we think, people aren't set up for that. People are mispositioned, and that's how you get the volatility rises, and that's how you get more correlated moves to the downside. Because if you can't hide in AI stories and you can't hide in cyclicals, where you're going to hide. Staples have been breaking out to new highs. Clearly, there could be a defensive rotation that goes on, but those names typically aren't big enough to carry the indices.
Yep. Final word for you today, Jimmy, before we let you go.
Word of caution on silver. Now, the chat's been talking about it. The bid-ask spread is really, really big and variable. We have a big red candle brewing right now with no wick at the bottom. It's a difficult trade today. So be careful if you're thinking about trading silver. Just because of that bid-ask spread and because of the speed in which this thing has fallen. I mean, we have the January open in sight right now at 71.50, and we could easily break that today. So just be careful if you're trading that market.
Small and smart, everybody. Work stops. It's going to be opportunity now, right? Stay in the game. I put it in my note. I talk about it each and every Saturday morning. I write a post, and usually the theme is stay in the game because ultimately now, maybe you've been chopped up this year. Maybe you've been doing great. Doesn't matter. Here we are today. Volatility is back, I think, across all the futures markets. Pick your poison. Work your stops, small and smart. Panel, thank you guys so much. All right, let's bring in Farm. Let's go right to him, baby. Let's go. What's up, man?
Good morning. I see that we have, I'm doing good. See that we have been very, very bullishly exploring lower prices. So it looks good out there.
Yeah. Well, you are so good with words, and numbers. I don't know if you noticed this morning. Where's Bitcoin? 69,000. S&P sub 6,900. It's just math.
I'm sorry. Where's Bitcoin? Say again. Get it right, buddy. It has printed the mean price of 69,420.
It has. You're right. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just math, Farm. People don't understand it. Yeah. And so what's your take coming into today as you see all of these prices popping out at you?
I mean, like I said, we're bullishly exploring lower prices. I will say on NQ, it's getting a little bit extended, at least relative to what the weekly straddle was on Friday. I think we've just about hit a 2x the straddle. And so, it's probably not a great time to be initiating new shorts down here. But at the same time, I mean, these indices are sort of teetering on the edge of completely falling out of bed. Yesterday's low was really, really important. I think both on NQ and on ES. NQ has sort of met my minimum requirement for any kind of potential intermediate time frame trend change, which was that 25,516 to 25,538 that we talked about on Monday. We have started to build out some volume lower and value lower. ES, not quite as bad still, right? 68.90, 68.94. We have traded below there. We have not established a whole lot of volume and value below there just yet. So today's like a big day. To me, under 63 or 60, 68.63, we're looking at 6,800 roughly. There's some spots in between, but we've talked about like the ranges are basically 6,900 to 7,000, 6,800 to 6,900. And so, we'll see if we get a retest of those January lows in the 68.20 range. It's a big day to me. If we get some sort of accelerating liquidation today, just what the weekly straddle was on Friday doesn't mean anything. So that's the one way I see this is accelerating. It's just everything just blows out and people start shitting their pants. In a bullish way, though.
In a bullish way.
Shit their pants in a bullish
way.
Look
at, let's get it. We'll get it right. Quick look at my charts, and then we'll go to you right away. I want to start with the 30-year. 30-year pushing up over prior 2 days highs. Going to be an interesting dynamic. This morning we had jobs data. Bonds took a bid. Equities took an offer, a shit, as what Farm would say. It's, again, technical terms. We're very technical here. We're very technical. So watch this dynamic today. If they keep getting bid, we keep getting offered. Again, just something to note. What I look for is this, back below opening days, low of the year, 68, 65-ish. We start pushing down there. Daily Bollinger Bands opening up. My next two levels come in way down, 67.15, 67.20. I mean, I know that we have to get there eventually by going through probably everybody's key levels. But for me, I mean, the low of the year obviously will be important to watch. But I start seeing a pushback below 68.50. It's hard for me not to think that we're going to be 100 and something lower over the next few sessions. Again, I've been a bear this year. This tape has been telling me it's been acting poorly for a while. Not the easiest to short, as we know, unless you could 150 handle rippers in your face. But again, it's opening up now, and I think it's starting to look like it's there. But again, flip side is back above 68, 65. You get back in the belly of this beast. It could go all the way back up. I don't think that happens, but it could happen. Crude oil. If crude oil does start to finally pull back a little bit, I love this area as a long for a swing position for me. 61.42 to 60.30. That's the range I'll be looking to buy them. Stops below 60 in CL. Still my favorite look on the tape. It has been all year. Crude continues to trend higher. I like markets that are trending higher. I like when news brings them back into the mean. And that to me is where the lowest risk for the greatest reward is. I think energy is in play this year, and I think that stays the case. I hand it over to you, Farm. Let's see. Let's take a look inside the candles, the volume profiles.
Yes, sir. So I've got the weekly up for NQ to start, and you can see volume, low volume, volume, a little bit of low volume here, and starting to build out volume again. So we're in a multi-distribution trend week to the downside to me. And what is going to have to happen is that bulls are going to have to reclaim one of these prior distributions. And you could argue maybe like 25, 180. I would feel more comfortable back above like 25, 230s. So, I mean, there's really you can take reactive longs or specific setups, but just understand that for once, longs could be rentals until bulls actually accomplish something. So for me today specifically, and again, my last weekly level is 24,643 to 24,669. I don't think my last weekly level has ever been closed below or above. I mean, we'll get excursions past them, but I've never had a week close past one. And again, it's double a weekly straddle, maybe a little bit more even. I think the only time that happened was August of 2024 when there was we had Farmageddon back then. This is Farmageddon version 2.0. So, again, if we get some acceleration in volatility and this just starts to completely break, then that'll happen, right? Or at least we'll have an excursion past it. But for me, I'm not looking to initiate a whole lot of new shorts, but it's also not a long, so that's kind of difficult here. To me, this 24,969 to 24,982 is reasonably rotational back up to 142 to 151. That was sort of the range we were trading overnight. So you're going to want to at least see that reclaimed, leave some trapped volume down here from the overnight session. And you could take two-way trading in this range basically. But yeah, I mean, I think 25 180 or 25 220s at least are going to have to be reclaimed as of now for bulls to maybe start to trigger some covers. We did see a a really good buyer yesterday on NQ in this 817 to 830 range. And then for ES, it was my 66 to 69 range, which I'll flip to ES while I talk about that. Really good buyer. And so one of two things is going to happen to me. I mean, bulls are going to come in at the open and they're going to reclaim yesterday's low, and they're going to drive this back above 66 to 69 ES. And most importantly, 68.90 to 94. And then like this move here, pre-market was just a nothing burger, or, all that volume that went in yesterday in the 817 to 832 range on NQ and the 66 to 69 range on ES is just going to vomit. NQ is already below December's low. You're below January's low. You're below December's low. Like, what are you going to do other than just liquidate if bulls don't step in like right here? So it's this tough situation where the move is extended within the context of a weekly expected move, but at the same time, it's real hard to be long, especially the Qs right here. So I think you would want to see, at least for ES, it's a little bit easier because it's like nowhere near as broken. Again, this 68.90 to 94. To me, we must build volume below there, right? Like, so NQ, it was the 25 fives. ES is not broken. We have not really broken this range. I mean, it's really threatening for sure. But to me, look where the volume is for this week. It's all above 68.90 to 68.94. So I'm bearish. I've been bearish, but at the same time must be objective that this isn't going anywhere until there's a clean break and build a volume below 68.90 to 68.94. So same thing to me. If you see the buyers come in and they can reclaim yesterday's low, which is 62.5, a big extension for me, and continue to build out bids above the 66 to 69, you're probably going to get a 90 to 94 retest, and that reclaim then would make things pretty interesting because it does open up, a rotation across this weekly distribution completely. And you'd feel a lot less bearish if all of a sudden we're back up at yesterday's high, right? So it's one of those situations, again, like where like bulls have it very much within reach to completely negate this on ES in particular. So you have a lot of reasons to be careful short down here, a lot of reasons not to be long. And so to me, it's a situation where, today, very, very selective. I think there is clarity in weakness if we get a downside break of yesterday's low and we just see continuation. That is what it is. You're short, you're holding short, and, hold on for that liquidation break. But if we reclaim yesterday's range, then it becomes a little bit difficult, right? I think you can play both sides on ES. I'd prefer to be in a long on strength in ES than on NQ. But I mean, we know NQ can catch up really fast. And if anything, right now, recently, NQ has flipped just a little bit relative strong versus ES. I mean, like on tiny time frames. And I think part of that is a function of how extended it is. So does ES now play catch down in a situation where the selling gets increasingly correlated? I think Craig mentioned that this morning. And I mentioned that yesterday on X. Breadth looked great yesterday. And then all of a sudden it went to hell. And then it closed the day okay again. So it's like the market kind of wants to break broadly and in a correlated way. It has not done so yet. And so I would very much be watching the VIX. I've got 2069, of course, but actually, that was actually June's VIX expiry print. As weird as it is, I monitor VIX expiry settlements, and they do some weird shit. Long story, I won't get into that, but it is important. We are now kind of basing above there, and I see that as potential for launch. So I think you want to see the VIX get stuffed below 2069 like ASAP this morning. If you're even considering taking longs, because there is very much a risk of a significant liquidation break here today, standing again against the fact that, the NQ was pretty extended to the downside. So, if it's selling off, just get out of the way, wait for it to find a base. That's basically what we did yesterday. We were short in the Discord and just kind of selling some puts on the way down. And then we see the base, we see the decent buyer come in at the lows, and it's like, okay, we can work with this for, counter trend trades. But if you're trying to buy the knife all the way down, it's probably going to be a rough day for you. So awkward situation here today, risk of a major liquidation break and a risk that sellers gas out. So you really got to see this open.
No doubt. And the S&P is the market to watch today. The NASDAQ could potentially hold their area, and the S&P could finally sell off and maybe play catch up. I hate that word, that thought process, but we're in a situation where earlier in the year, the market was led higher by the Russell, but the Russell was the leader, right? We've been saying the market's never going to be led higher across the board by the Russell. The NASDAQ is the leader of the market. It's now taking everyone lower. It's making lows of the year. And the question is, the S&P is still the big boy. It's the one that matters the most. If it cannot make a low of the year today, if you look at it from someone who's trying to buy dips, it's actually a very reasonable long scenario because the risk is very low. Because if we don't make a new low, I could see us coming all the way back. But if we do make a new low, changes everything, in my opinion.
Yep.
All of a sudden now, you've got a lower low in the year for the S&P, led by the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ might shimmy shake a little bit, but the S&P might stay offered. Repositioning right now, Farm, that's what we're seeing. You know, data this morning, I'll talk about that in my preview before I bring in the next crew. But yeah, I mean, the good news is it's going to be busy. That's the bottom line. Got to be busy, folks. Farm, you're the best, man. This is our last day for the week. Everyone, make sure you tune in on Sundays to catch Farm and the crew. Are you back this Sunday?
I'm back this Sunday. Yep.
Great. Farm will be on the Sunday show this Sunday. You won't want to miss it. His levels, they are just math. It's just math, man.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, you know, I mean,
right.
in these patterns, you're never going to learn more. You're never going to look at a P-shaped profile differently or the same again after you see the Sunday night show. So I hope one does arise for the Sunday show, Farm. We'll see if one does come up. Anyway, follow him on his Substack and on X. See you later, Farm.
Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody. Jam-packed morning so far, but the day is just getting warmed up. Let's take a look who's going to be on with us the rest of the day. We just had Tape Talk with Farm. Next up, we're going to have Trade the Open with Jack and Nick. Midday markets, Leo and Salma. And then Trade the Close with Leo, Salma, and Chris. Going to be a busy day across the board. Quick recap of this morning. Remember, we had the Challenger job numbers this morning came in and took the S&P straight down. You're starting to see softer jobs numbers, which is why you caught a bid in the bonds. I talked about that in my segment with Farman earlier with the crew. If the bond market stays bid today and you continue to see that fear of recession, I wouldn't say it's a fear of recession, but that type of trade, that could continue to put an offer on the equities. If bonds start to pull back, I wonder if that does start to say equities are like, okay, the bonds aren't scared anymore. Maybe we step in and be a buyer. Just watch that dynamic this morning. It's something you can keep one eye on. We didn't talk much about metals today. Metals are still obviously very, very volatile. Jimmy went over that in the Edge report. Just be small and smart in the metals. Use stops. I mean, those things are all over the place. But I think more and more the focus is becoming on equities right now. Very important day. So let's bring up next. We have Jack of all trades, and he's known as Nick for a tick, but it soon could be first class Nick. Let's get ready to trade the open with Jack and Nick. Here we go. Look at that. There he is. First class Nick.
Yep. I want to thank, first of all, the chat, everyone who believed in me, everybody who had their money on me, everybody, and all the doubters in the afternoon that saw me basically almost blow up a lead that I had pretty much the entire session because I got a little spooked by Leo kind of nipping at my heels heading into power hour. And I decided to trade some size in NQ while I was on a walk with the baby. And it almost came back to bite me. I had to really claw my way out of the trenches to come all the way back at the bell to beat Leo.
Yeah, well, you did it. You'll be flying first class to the trip in Miami in April. So we look forward to that. Job well done. Jack, good morning. How are you, bud?
Good morning. I'd like to refer to this show now as Breakfast with the Champion. Just change the name up a bit for Nick.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah, I'm doing great.
worthy.
I actually was trading a little bit last night. So I didn't realize the competition was going on, or I thought after the morning I had full ported as soon as I realized about 2:30 when I went on. But I had two levels yesterday that I wanted to exit my longs on. And then, after Google earnings, I just quit it because it didn't matter. But those levels traded right post Google earnings. And it was 150 was literally my order in to close in the NASDAQ, and 69.39 was my order to close in the ES. We ran into those levels and rejected from them. So I was trading last night. The indexes, a little bit of a lower volatility profile in the Asian session, but still I thought that trend would exist. So I was able to capture some shorts in the NQ overnight, but being jack of all trades, I'm coming in today short the yen. Lower volatility in the yen. My theory there is, it's just been lower lows and lower highs, but if these indexes break, I think dollar would pick up strength and drive this market lower into a new low after this rally that's lasted overnight. So that's what I got going on right now.
Yeah, I like that yen short today. I mean, you see it's crossing over. It's below my neutral of 64.14. I like how you're looking for the areas of the market where there's volatility, but staying true to your strategy across the board. So yen is in focus today. I'm curious, anything you're looking at in crude oil as well? Because, you and I have been talking about crude quite a bit. I'm just curious what you're seeing there.
Yeah, I wanted to take it long yesterday, and I just took my eye off the ball because there was so much going on with the indexes. But retesting 62.80 level just below, I'd like to actually see that yesterday's low swept out. I think going in closer to the weekend with the unknowns of, the headline drivers continue to be the military action. So I'm a little more looking for like a sweep of the prior day low to actually take out some of that weakness. And then of course, we're probably going to get a headline going into Thursday and Friday. So Thursday, second part of the day into Friday is where I'm going to be looking for that long position, because I think there's going to be that situational awareness of, is it going to happen this weekend? We keep seeing those headlines. And until we get like action, or until that is resolved, it's going to continue to trend higher until that risk can be taken off the table.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's one of my favorite looks on the charts right now, is waiting for any sort of pullbacks in oil. And I do, when we get those announcements that take oil down, I do look for those areas for opportunities. And I will continue to look at those until I see a breakdown. But we'll wait and see what comes out today. Nick, what are you looking at in the indexes coming into today? Yesterday you were, trading NASDAQ in the competition. Is today NASDAQ again or S&P? Because really can kind of pick either one today. I think both are going to be pretty busy.
Yeah. If we remember last Thursday when Jack and I were on, and I think single-handedly causing the liquidation that was equities, since I was talking about trading metals for the first time, like seriously on this show. And ever since then, we've just been kind of stair-stepping our way down with some violent opening drives basically the last week or so. So for me, looking at yesterday's weakness, kind of below that spot currently, or I guess right at it now, around the 800s, at least in NQ, I want to see, do we get any sort of opening drive to push us back to the bottom of the range that we've been in since basically, dating back to Thanksgiving at this point. If we push back above that 2,500, I don't think the bulls are dead 25,000. I don't think the bulls are dead just yet. But if not, my eyes, I guess, are going to be on the November lows, which I don't know if anybody wants to see that necessarily, but us heading back down, what is that? Another 1,000 or so points? I just had the chart up on my other screen. But that'd be an area I'm at least kind of eyeballing to potentially see some buyers kind of step back in. But as long as we're kind of below the, the yearly open in ES, I have concerns that this rally that we've had still has some legs in the S&P as well. So yeah, I'm definitely back to the indices today. There's no question. Which probably means we're all doomed and it's going to be an inside day or something. But
23,904 was the November low in NASDAQ. So I'm with you. I mean, from my technical viewpoint, the indexes should continue lower, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. Who knows, man? Mm-hmm. We'll see. We haven't traded regular trading hours open yet, and we'll see what's in store. But everybody in chat, take a look at the screen. You guys notice anything different about it? I mean, look around. Jack, have you noticed anything different? Take a look at like the setup. See anything? Anything pop out at you guys?
Is there like is there a crown somewhere on this? Is there a?
I don't know.
No,
You guys see anything?
honestly, I don't look at Nick's
Nick,
charts
do you
enough
notice?
to know.
No, not on the
I
charts.
know
Look
we're
just
calling.
like around the
I know
thing.
this is normally Trade the Open, but Breakfast with the Champ I feel like should be the new title. Maybe lunchtime with the champ when I'm on midday markets. Maybe even a little afternoon tea with the champ if Kane happens to be trading
Breakfast with the champ. There it is.
Me.
I just looked. I see it. We have changed the title of the Breakfast with the Champ.
You asked Jack, we delivered. Shout out to production to be on top of it. Oh God, that is funny. Chat, great to be with you all morning. Best chat in the business, best community in the business. Show some love for my boys for today. Going to be a busy day. Hope you all trade very well. Like I said, like and subscribe. We're at 181K this morning, on the path to 200K. I plugged a meetup in Miami. That's going to be in April. We'll talk more and more about that. Hopefully it coincides with the 200K. And so, yeah, a lot of fun things happening here on the network. Guys, it's my last day for the week. Have a great trading day. Have a great weekend. I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, Telly.
Take care.
What's up, brother?
Man, I'm so happy. I actually saw you winning through Twitter or like whatever. I was just, your trolling was hilarious. I wasn't paying attention to what was going on with the leaderboard, and I saw you coming up with the W, and I was like, it's my boy.
Well, Leo and I have known each other for a number of years at this point, and the constant chirping back and forth for just fun is what keeps our friendship lively and friendly, and it's always a lot of fun to bark back at one of your mentors is always fun.
What is it? They say the mentor becomes the mentor, or the mentee becomes the mentor.
Oh, I owe a lot of my success to Leo and a lot of the guys at the OFL team. So it's always fun to just clap back at him because he throws it as bad back at me as I do to him. But
for sure,
love that guy.
For fun stuff though. Yeah, fun stuff. So what were you long into the Google earnings? Is that what was the
like kind of flipped immediately at the bell, and we got that immediate kind of I think it was not Qualcomm, somebody right out of the gate, and we got a nice little like 40-point move, and then I was able to flip right into Google earnings. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. I mean, I think it's also the market gods just repaying me back because when I had won the first class ticket last time to the meetup, my flight got canceled, and I was more so just trying to get home. I didn't care as much about that point of jumping on the first class side of things because I was just trying to get home to the family. So maybe the market gods just repaying me a little bit to get me that trip back.
Yeah, or for all of the low volatility closes you've had to partake in, they're like, let's give Nick a high volatility close opportunity. But you know what? At the end of the day, you still executed. But the only thing I was wondering, Leo, I think, had the lead at 4:00. Was that the official cutoff time? No,
it went to whatever, technically the bell. So
okay, so did we renegotiate the close? Because Salma was saying that you all had agreed. I'm not sure what the official handshake deal was, but
I think that was their bet.
Oh, okay, that was their bet
between themselves. Their own individual like cash bet.
Gotcha.
But they called it off because I mean, yesterday was a weird day in general. I think it changed the way we probably would have executed a little bit since we didn't get to go for like 2 hours. We kind of got that like soft restart at the London close. So I think it just changed a little bit since suddenly then, we were all on stream for like 4 hours, or I was, and XY was, and I was tired, man.
Takes a lot out of you. But I mean, this move overnight, I got targets down in the NASDAQ at 24,600. I'm kind of anticipating, and the NASDAQ has already broken some daily lows, but here the ES is opening on those daily lows that we've had for the last few days. And if we can stay below the prior day's low in the ES, I'm expecting us to eventually take out that low from the 21st of January, which is all the way down at 68.12 area, 68.15. So I think we're gonna have our action cut out for us this morning.
Okay. Am I am I taking crazy pills? Am I in an episode of the Truman Show here? Groundhog Day, anything else? Like, how many times am I going to see the headline for the H200 Nvidia chips being stopped or placed back on or no longer going to be able to be sold to China? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I just got to be honest. Yes, I really do. How many times are we going to recycle this headline?
Yeah, what I think the government banned it now. They approved it and then they banned it. I saw that too, and I thought last time you mentioned it, it seems to be.
But we just, I mean, not much. We reversed 40 points on NQ since that came out. So, like, whatever, man. This is the way this market is.
We're going to continue to see the headline until they advance into a new chip, and then we're going to have a new chip headline,
and then oh my God, this has just become a giant like meme in my brain at this point.
Let's see here. What was the majority of your positioning yesterday? Was it NASDAQ based?
Yeah, mainly the NQ, and then I was in a gold short that got me in trouble. That like exacerbated my pain. And a couple times I just had some poor, like I flattened up at the top and bottom of a few trades with full 5 minis on NQ. And so I was like losing like $3,000 at a clip on some of these trades. And just, I made a lot of mistakes when I was on mobile. So it's all good. I mean, it could have easily like just not worked out in my favor. I just happened to have a little event volatility there.
Yeah, I've removed the mobile app, so I'm not tempted to do anything. I don't think the data favors my positioning on mobile trading.
Yeah. Another wild overnight and metals too. I saw it seems like every prop now is slowly removing the ability to trade the minis from any sim funded accounts because they're probably not in a good place with some of those gains.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, minis and the micros. And I actually tweeted about that last night.
They downsized the micros too.
Yeah. They just, I think, I get it. I'm not going to name any names, but some of them eliminated it completely. But to me, that shows that they're, when they're losing money, traders are covering making money.
Their bottom line. Like that's really what that is. Because it's in the live accounts, I totally get it because the level of margin that is now required for that, even if you have like whatever a power of attorney account and stuff for your actual live traders on exchange. But like I understand removing it or making downsizing there, but for the sim, it's to protect your bottom line. So I get it.
Yeah,
and you're getting 13% moves intraday. That should shock no one.
Well, it's really allowing traders to, anytime you have high volatility markets, traders that are on the ball, they can put up some outsized gains.
100%.
When you have enough traders trading it, some people are going to do it. I did see, some guys on Twitter that were putting up like multi-million-dollar sim payouts, which is pretty wild.
What do you think about long before the market open? I have no edge. I'm more so just watching to see if we get continuation with the weakness. Like we had the sell off in the pre-market already. This is a spot I would be, I guess, cautious trying to knife catch just yet. I could see us falling a little lower here in the NQ, perhaps down to like the 660s, 670s. If not, yeah, we might go target those November lows, which could be a little spicy.
Yeah.
I know it's 1,000 points down, but.
Yeah, longing into a gap down below the prior day's low after a positive reaction to earnings, you're immediately going to have a volatility expansion, whether it's either direction, but I would be very afraid of just longing here. I'd rather, for longs, the structure of the market is right now lower lows and lower highs, especially in the NASDAQ, And really, if we were to take a significant swing high, you're talking all the way back up at overnight highs at least a European session before I think, serious pullbacks get bought, or you have a massive range expansion to the upside that's very fast, all the way up to like 25,000. The volatility is big here. So you got to ask yourself, what is the path of least resistance? And the path of least resistance, in my humble opinion, is currently lower.
I mean, we've got all the Mag 7 like puking still here, back to like yesterday's lows already. So I'd be weary of buying this dip just yet. I think Google's leading it down.
I would say, if you're interested in longing today, maybe take a look at bonds. Pick something that's trending up, like higher highs, nat gas, bonds, or the VIX. I'm actually looking for the yeah.
I mean, this is that spot though. Once we kind of get 21, 22, it seems like there's a vol crush kind of session or two that just takes all the fun out of being a day trader.
I am looking at the VIX to trade up into 21 before I'm looking to go long the markets. I want to see us take out that, because we're taking out lows in the NQ, but we actually haven't taken out that Sunday night high in the VIX, which is up at 2090. So I want to see that 2090 cleared in the VIX futures before I think we would be exaggerated to the upside. We are below the lows of the week in the indexes and not above the highs of the week in the VIX. So keep an eye out for that. Great advice to find. Be on the correct side of the V.
Mm-hmm. What's funny is I was long that low yesterday, and I think when it was XY, Salma and I were on, and I think XY and I both said that looked like a good low of the day type bottom. And it was. We were both long from there, but that competition kind of changes the way you're swinging. But that looks like every good V we've seen at those kind of opening drive flushes, when you finally do get that like decent bottom type forming that you can join along with. And I wasn't the first idiot to step in front of that freight train. It kind of started to base for a second, and we were able to get long. But man, I covered that way too early, about 400 points too early.
When just out of curiosity, so when you see the type of action you got long yesterday, what was it that gave you that confidence that the market's going lower? Like, what type of technical things were you looking for?
As far as like it is no longer going to continue to go lower.
Yeah, like what gave you the confidence in that trade? Was it
there was a second attempt from sellers. Like we had a good kind of what looked more like a kind of short covering lead pop off a bottom, or like a lower wick that we kind of made. So we made that wick and we kind of built up a little bit, and then another seller stepped back in at a decent spot to reoffer, and then they failed to make a new low. And as soon as I saw like buyers kind of stepping in on that failed second attempt, I am just joining along with it. So it's kind of like just eyeballing it, and then you're watching it on the delta profile start to build, where you just see those buyers kind of continue to step in, and you take that shot. That's a trade where I don't mind kind of taking it with a stop at a new low of the day to prove me wrong, because I think what I'm seeing is buyers defending that low and a bunch of people stepping in for that same kind of type of trade, where if we do make a new low in that situation, we're probably going to puke pretty violently again and blow everybody that's been trying to catch that bottom. So it's a game. I mean, I took 2 stop outs trying to do it earlier for the same thing. Like, you think you're seeing that, but that was one where once we finally started to kind of build out of it, you look at it on like a longer time frame structure, like even just something as simple as the 5-minute, if you're more of an intraday scalper kind of like I am, that 5-minute structure, that 5-minute wick kind of tells you a different story on that second attempt, where we did get long. So it depends, but on the order flow, it's something like this, like even just this structure, you're starting to see that base a little bit. So this more during RTH would be something where like this, if we didn't make the new low here and I saw something change on the tape here around like 750s, like maybe I'm getting long there. Similar structure to kind of what I was seeing yesterday, but obviously during RTH should be a little different.
Gotcha. Yeah. So was that confident push that you're talking about, that second swing high that filled? Was that like right around 120? I'm just looking at my chart and kind of mashing up with what you were looking at. I mean, I know you're at current data, but
Let me look back.
Bitcoin picking up.
Yeah, it was at like lunchtime,
Okay.
right before lunchtime. 11:50. Or no, it was later than that.
What time zone are you using? New York
Central
or-
time. So I guess it was
okay.
like 12:15.
Okay. 12:15.
Maybe. It's hard. I gotta have to look at replay mode exactly, but that looks kind of like where it was. But I can go back and watch it. Anyway. Good morning, chat. How are we all doing? 5 minutes till the open here. AK, I feel like we did that for the Arena Cup. I believe Delhi interviewed the champion from the end of last year's Arena Cup. I think he had it on and he talked about his strategy, but I don't know if that video. I'm sure that video is actually, we made that into a video. I don't know if we have that, but I know we've done that before for the larger competitions at the very least.
How do I confirm a fade level? So typically what you'll notice is I have limit order entries, which are predetermined I'm using fib levels as well as a couple of other things. I use what's called I call it a 15-minute leg start, which is just a 3-bar move in either direction. So if we have 3 15-minute consecutive bars, either higher or lower, I'll watch the open of that first candle. And if I can line that up with other resistance levels, I will actually just limit it. And then what I'm looking for is I'm assuming that I like to see a time exhaustion. So like if we're rallying for like, if you look at like, let me see here. Let me pull something into the view. Oh wait, no, they moved me over. So if you look at the Bitcoin here, so we had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars of buying. And then we came right into this resistance level here. If I can see that time exhaustion, that's another thing I'll look for, is just a time exhaustion, 25 minutes of buying or selling into my levels. Because if it's like the first bar of a breakout, if let's say we've been consolidating for 2 hours, you get 5 minutes and then we break out and your resistance level is immediately behind that, that's probably just the beginning of the move. So I like to see time kind of being stretched out. Because buyers aren't going to last all day, or we're always going to get some form of a pullback. So I will first anticipate a resistance level. After I anticipate a resistance level, I'll pay attention to the price action into that resistance level. And then once I'm in the trade, I'll give the trade 25 minutes to start moving my way. And if it's not really going anywhere, I start to ask myself the question is this trade worth holding on? Should I move my stop or should I just get out of the trade? Yeah, my first fade level here, I mean, I don't really feel like long is the trade, but if I were to look for a level, so I'll give you an example. Today in the NASDAQ, I do have a short target done at 24,605. Now, that would be a counter trend trade, but if we're at 24,605 at 955, I will be much more confident at that level than if we're at it in the first 10 minutes. So we'll see if we're there, and I'll bring it up if we are, and I'll set an alert 24,605. If we're there at 955, that's a potential long for me. Target in the ES, immediately below us, 6826s, and then 6,800 today.
White noise. I'm using a 500 volume.
I'll bring this over here.
And we are open. Good luck out there, everybody. I have a feeling we're going to get an opening drive down, so I'm going to move this a touch. I want to see what happens to ES at like 68.24, 25.
We're right there aligned again. Oh,
Shocker. NQ, yeah, I said this earlier, like down to the 660s is an area I'm watching. Oops, wrong chart. Is that a new chart setup for me? No, this is the same one. I'm still kind of tweaking and playing around with some things. I'm also trying to figure out a good way to get the new DOM in here. So I got to use some aspect of like OBS and change the way I'm doing a screen share. I'm still playing around with just a new layout because I like to have my DOM on the right and I need to make a good way for it still to come through. And you guys still be able to see my charts. So I've been playing around with a few things. So I have a new one that I'm still kind of working on that I have not traded on stream yet. All right, there's the 660s. Violent opening drive lower so far. Jack, how's your yen trade?
Moving my way. Really haven't taken much heat on it. It's going to be one of those that it's really not that volatile. It's been trending down, and then this morning I was just scanning through the markets that I trade, and it had gotten a nice rally into some resistance levels, and I just thought the positioning of it was great. We had actually swung through Asian session high in a market that I consider to be in a downtrend, so I just really thought I was providing a great entry for a continuation lower, but not much heat on it. Just going to be probably milking it all day. Not really got to pay too much attention to that one because it just moves a little slower than the NASDAQ.
Not to be that guy, but did anyone just take my 660 long for 100 points in about 15 seconds for no reason? Because that was stupid. I guess that level did mean something to somebody that's got a lot more size than I have. My goodness. Well, if you took that trade blindly off my level, Godspeed to you holding this. That was absolute insanity.
Nice. Straight up 100. Yeah, just a reminder, guys, when you have this volatility, you absolutely need to be adjusting your size because your risk is higher. Even you want to be able to stay in the markets. You don't want stops are going to happen quicker if you're using the same size stop as normal. So you guys got to be aware of when we're moved. That 1 minute is right off the level that Nick had. I mean, like 108 point range in 1 minute. So when Nick says buy, you say how much?
Definitely not that, but that's one of the many reasons why using structure of candles, volume profile, kind of everything compiled together, and a little secret sauce of levels that I throw in there kind of works. I mean, that's why I use MGI more than anything else. Like that's why I structure my long time frame charts to find, I wouldn't even say levels, but like areas of interest to watch potentially the tape change or a reaction is probably a better way to describe it.
Yep.
Yes, I did not take the trade. That's part of the fun of being a trading personality in some capacity, is because I just get to call levels and make it seem like I'm smarter than I am, even though I put no money at risk.
That's hilarious.
No, in all seriousness, that happened so fast. I don't know how I could have seen, like, gotten long there. That was just would have been an insane knife's catch, purely based on a blind level you have marked. Like, there, I didn't see anything happening in the tape in real time that gave me the confidence to jump into that. That happened way too quick. But yeah, it's always easier to just call out a bullshit level than it is to actually put some size on.
Oh, almost 200 points there from you.
Do either of you use gamma levels? I think Jack uses them a little more than I do, but yeah, I have a chart where they're marked on the S&P for me. But it's too early for the zero DTEs for me to, I guess, care to pay that much attention to them just yet.
Yep. A lot of times in the SPX or the SPY, like there's a 680 level in the SPY right now, which is equivalent. And these are just big round numbers. There's a 600 level in the QQQs. The thing is, you got to the QQQs, the price, you got to convert it to NQ. Now, I have a guy I work with that does it. His name's Perry Wilkie, and he gives me data every single day. But I always, almost anything I do needs some kind of confluence. I don't really make decisions just based off one simple form of information. There has to be context around it.
Nick, how do you get the same volume profiles on the right? If you want the furthest one on the right, that is just the sessions volume profile, so RTH. And then the other one is a constantly changing, like leg to leg. So based on swing rotations that we're seeing in the S&P or NQ, this will repaint based on that, like swing high to swing low. I have it set to 65 handles, but I constantly kind of tweak it based on average rotation, which in the last 20 days is more like 70, probably just because we've seen a little bit of vol expansion here the last week or so. But I believe Leo was talking about there's going to be a free version of this, or somebody already has released a leg to leg type thing. I don't remember exactly what he said. I don't know if he's in the chat, but there's a way to get them.
Yep. These candles are nuts.
Yeah, this is kind of a nasty open, but if you're bullish, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Kind of us bouncing off that 660 spot and hopefully now building back up maybe to 25K. Maybe the 960s at least.
Yeah, I'm looking ideally. I mean, I not quite the gap. I guess where it depends on what gap you're referring to. The 4 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised to see us to get up near that 4 o'clock close. To be completely honest, up at near 49.90s, or sorry, 24,990. I skipped a digit there. The Nasdaq, there's so many digits. I'm like, sometimes I just quote the last two, but I'm like, we're moving so fast that last two is irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm always, at least the rule of thumb with my trading friends is 3 digits for NQ, 2 for ES, and you won't get yourself in trouble.
There you go. It's a good one. Actually wasn't thinking that I have a Bitcoin short at 71,000. It's basically 72,000. And I wasn't thinking I was going to get filled on that till later in the day. So I'm going to pay attention to that. I just got that limit above. Let's see if we run up into that. But boy, the Bitcoin maxis are in tears as they find out that Bitcoin is not going to $10 million anytime soon.
Oh, that's funny. I don't have I know some of the new MGI data for NinjaTrader. Like I said, it's on my new chart that I haven't launched over, but the V range, which I know you guys have seen on some of like my chart or Leo's chart in the past, was actually also sitting right there around 670s. Is Bitcoin still dead? Yep. Oh, it is getting a nice bid though. Anyone checking on Sailor yet? Is he okay? Finally underwater on his position.
Margin calls starting. Michael Saylor.
Your average is around 11K. That's wow, good for you.
Everybody's got a low average, but the thing about Bitcoin is nobody ever seems to exit.
Yeah, I said this, I think, to you before. Like, if I was some of those guys and it went from whatever, I bought it for a few hundred or even a couple thousand, where it was probably when I had some in like 2013, 2014. Maybe it wasn't that high, maybe like 1,000 or two, when I actually did have a few coins from gambling profits. But even then, like once it became a couple million, I probably was out. And I would have been very happy with that, and then probably very mad at this point in my life. But
yeah. Jim coming in with the Edge report. He's got 72K as GAX 2. I want to be completely honest. I have no idea what GAX is.
GAX? Gamma exposure.
Oh. Oh, it's short for gamma exposure. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, that's where my limit is. So yeah, Armenian Muscle, the person who said MBT is me. I also type in the chat. My name in the chat is Startup Trading. It's not my name. I should maybe change that because people seem to be confused. Yen making a new low here.
I didn't even get a chance to add to that. Oopsies. Try that again.
All good. All good.
There it goes. All right, I'm getting short here, hopefully, on this break of 880s. Nope. There we go. No, come on. Oh, you jerk. It's going to stop me out. Well, all right. Tried 3 offer. Didn't work. Fair enough. Yeah, ES looks strong.
It just put an order to short 85 quarter. Looking at Monday, or no, what is that? That is basically Tuesday's low. And a battle level here. But yeah, 24,890 is what I'm looking at in the NQ. Hopefully that trades the same time as my 85s. Or no, sorry, 980, 990. My dyslexia is kicking in.
It's hard when we just say numbers all day.
And it's just like 9, 20, 30, 40. And then they're always so small and you're like trying to read them. I'm like, oh, I've been staring at a screen too long. My eyes are going. I'm trying to think, as a trader, would you rather have no eyes or no hands?
I don't know. That's weird. It's a weird question.
What'd be a harder handicap?
I mean, they're both pretty hard for trading. I guess, can I place orders with my mind?
Voice trade. You can make those numbers bigger. That's good to know. Got to give them a pill. I actually have just multiple softwares running multiple numbers, so that also makes everything confusing. Smash my hotkeys with my nose. It's impressive. Kind of nose you're working with. Compare it. Order filled.
Oh, for 2. I'm gonna wait.
I'm gonna bring my ES is going to be. I'm gonna bring this into view here.
I mean, previous week low right here on ES. I could see us reoffering. Same 3s and out. Okay. Yep. I might have just been early. We'll see.
I'm sure they used to. You can probably get Braille daily candlesticks. I don't know about any. Maybe hourly. You need a Braille machine. One day. They probably have some type of. There's any blind people in the chat, they can let us know. But actually had somebody email me one time telling me they were a husband and team wife learning my trading strategies together, and one of them was blind. And I was like, wow. So it happens. It happens. He was really good with numbers. And so I guess they would communicate together and make it happen. Husband and wife team, not a husband and a teen wife. No, team. There's my Chicago accent. But yeah, let's make that clear. As a team. Nope, no sister wives for me.
I'll short
I don't
this
think
again.
Yeah, we're starting to definitely go sideways, at least up here. I don't know if we're going to get up to where I want to see just quite yet.
Gonna go without me because.
Well, honestly, if you don't move higher, I actually think a move lower now can be bought if we get back to the open. You know, I think that open area is going to be acting as.
Yeah, like 760s to 730s and no, 740s. Lows probably that would be the area. Oh, we got jolts in 10 minutes. Austin, yeah, good reminder.
Everybody wants to learn to trade.
Stream side, I actually don't know. I think we have jolts. I don't think it was postponed. But I also could be very wrong. Don't listen to what I have to say.
We do. We do. Jolts can be a mover.
Yeah, they say it's on schedule. Buyers not giving up here. Oh, glad I didn't do it. That would have been a third stop out. Same damn spot. This is why the sellers just can't string things together sometimes. They just get blown out of the water every once in a while.
Yeah, we're gonna be that 955 coming up. I'm so scared of taking my worst days start with multiple losers off the open where I'm fading a one directional move. That is like my worst days. I'm like, oh, what am I doing in the hole? That's me right now. Yeah. I mean, I always remind myself, and I still make the same mistake, but try to put some space between your trades. So a time, not just price. It's much easier to make mistakes in a fast rate than it is to make mistakes separated by time, because your cognitive bias typically isn't changing over a short period of time. One loss every 30 seconds. Yeah, that'll stop you. Change that S to an M. If we get back to 51s in the ES, maybe take that long, but we'll see what Joltsy Boy does here in 7 minutes. 77s to 98s. The 6880 is the 50% retracement from the end of day high to today's low. That's where that ES is selling from yesterday's high at 3 o'clock, the post end of day high, literally to the tick. Seller stepped in there. I think B could defend the open here, though. Also last week's low.
Yeah, if we break this 880s.
Multiple confluence.
Yeah, we just hung up there too long for me to take those paper cuts. Damn.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they wicked it. They wicked you out right before that move, that push higher. I mean, that's the thing. In this volatility, the candles are, I mean, you're looking at 50.1 minute candles. So it seems to be, difficult. Even if you were to get short anywhere in that range, you wicked out into a new high, 55 points in a single minute, and then you rip it back down. It's hard to stay in. That's why I get a little cautious in this type of volatility. Either I'm going out with 100-point stops, which I don't really like to use, but if I want to be in a trade, that's what I feel like is necessary to stay in a directional move.
Too rich for my blood.
Yeah. I mean, what's your average stop size? Are you just manually closing out?
5 to 20 probably.
Yeah, wow.
20 is like me scaling in and I'm trying to like build around a spot.
Yeah, that's some fast-paced trading. Well,
I mean, that's where like entry is key. And that's why sometimes I'll scratch out if I don't immediately kind of see what I'm liking, because I'd rather not take a 15-point stop if it's already kind of been invalidated with a few points, which I know it's hard to say in NQ because that's kind of stupid to say, but it actually does happen that way.
I mean, 100-point stop might be insane to some people, but it just really depends on your trading strategy. If I'm trading a 5-minute chart and the average 5-minute bar is right now, basically 80 points. And that's just the average bar. The previous bar was 117 points. So is it really that crazy if you're trading a 5-minute chart to use the stop size of how much we're moving on average? I don't think so.
It's probably not crazy as long as it's appropriate size for you.
Yeah, appropriate size.
That much heat. Plus, if you're somebody that's like, no, this is you're eyeballing it as like a swing. Like I'm looking to capture another 150 point rotation, whatever, to the upside out of this entry, and I'm going to scale into, let's say, 3 to 5 micros in that range.
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, sure. It makes a lot of sense. And someone else was asking me, Nick, do you jot down info while trading because of the pencil? No, this is my fidget spinner, if that makes any sense. I've gotten shit for this since I started streaming on NTs in March. I think Leo was like the first person to ask me, like, what are you writing? Like, why do you have a pencil? Or why are you holding this pen all the time? I'm like, no, it's just my ADD brain needing something else outside of the music in my headphones, outside of talking to you guys, the chat, outside of looking at production, outside of looking at my charts. Apparently I need one more thing to distract my brain to keep it somehow focused. So this is just purely the way my brain functions for some reason. I don't know why I'm like this, guys.
You're born this way. Right back to the open here, going into jolts, basically at the open in the ES, slightly above it in the NASDAQ here. Bitcoin seems to this is
well, that's what I get for not wanting to jump into a third attempt at this short before jolts.
Yeah, the mover is definitely going to be jolts here. Let's see where, I mean, my bigger levels below in the NASDAQ are 24,424. If we can get a good reaction off 24,424, I'm going to be looking for a swing at a new high.
A new all-time high?
Yeah, new all-time high. That is a really important level for me. Oh. It seems to be the yen is moving more than anything off this jolts number. Literally straight back up to my entry. Did not expect that. It's a dollar move.
Greg says jolts were pretty weak. Bad data across the board for the labor market.
Be canceling that ES order. That does not seem to be getting a fill here. Who wants to join me at my entry in the 6J? See if we
Heading
can
back
fade
to
that.
660. Damn,
Yeah.
man. Those dang stop outs. Just not the best entry. Yeah, I guess I mean, VWAP was there. Probably should have been in like 920. I mean, I still would have been stopped out. We tagged 960. Yeah. Just poor timed.
I like to forward think of like what could be the catalyst to move us higher. Like, well, let me look at the next week's news calendar. CPI on Friday. That'll be fun. I guess we'll be trading probably be on Thursday morning, day before CPI next Friday. And then, of course, we have the Valentine's Day rally, which is historically when everybody falls in love with their stocks.
Did you just say CPI is on a Friday?
Yeah.
Is that different data? Or did we move it to Friday?
I don't know. I'm looking at the news calendar on forexfactory.com.
All right.
And Craig probably knows better than
I feel
I
like
do. But
there was another. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that used to be like on a Wednesday release. Moved because government closed. Oh, that makes sense. Where do you get news? I mean, I use Financial Juice, but I also have smart people behind the scenes that like to just feed information to me or in the chat. So I rely on people like Craig and Tracy to give me my macro news or things that hit the tape when I'm on camera.
Yeah, I get my news in the NinjaTrader chat.
Yep.
No, I mean you can, there's many different sources. It's also really just important to know when that data is coming out, because by the time it's out, the trade's kind of happening.
It's like we're heading all the way back. The low of the day.
We'll see if we get. Well, if the yen can lose that failed rally, I will be feeling very confident and be able to move my stop now. And then just ride that thing. Haven't one entry basically right when I got on and retest my.
When new lows. What's ES doing? ES did just make a new low.
I'd love to see a
I want to see
67. Go ahead.
We said what? I said like 23s, 24, like the next spot.
Yeah, I said 26 this morning in the ES. And then that's a short target for me. And then my short target in the NASDAQ was 24,605 area. And that's based on yesterday's swing high into the Google close, so 24,604. And those are just targets in high volatility markets are not typically like just limit order buys for me because they're targets. They're not, I don't really look at them as supports. But that VIX $21 level, when VIX hits 21, I'm going to be going down to, which I don't do often, a smaller time frame and looking for an entry for reversal. But I need to see VIX at 21.
Jack's about to throw up a 100 tick chart when the VIX hits 21.
Someone throw up the second chart. Yeah, 100 tick chart. I think I might have a seizure if I looked at a 100 tick chart.
Oh, I know people who do it. It's just, I can't. I mean, I know I'm an idiot because I use the 500 volume, which is basically like a 1 minute chart on NQ at the end of the day. But something about that is like using a 30-second chart, and it looks ridiculous to me. But what do I know? Oh, if you use bars, I never thought about that. Jack, VIX is at 22.
I'm looking at the VIX futures.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And we're coming close to it. So if we hit 21 in the VIX and then those levels I mentioned in these indexes, we're at 2075 right now.
If 660s holds again, I'm going to throw a chair, everybody.
You also are approaching your 5-bar down series. This is the 4th bar lower. So the 5th bar, I mean, if we have 5 bars down at support, VIX at 21, that's going to be a confluence for me. Wow. Job openings per unemployed worker, the lowest since March of 2021. That's bad.
I mean, we had all the big tech layoffs last week. I mean, Amazon laying off another 15,000 people. And it's not over. A lot of the software names that are getting killed this week, their fiscal years ended January 31st. And I know everybody's enjoying their nice little week of vacation here, but if they go back next week, would not be surprised if there's more layoffs. They kick off their fiscal years. Yes, the SaaS apocalypse. Thank you, Craig. My old world still suffering day in and day out.
It's your new world now.
Yeah, there's definitely there may be some less fun sales kickoffs for a lot of people that I know. That's for sure. Or some no sales kickoff. I know there was a lot of budget cut sales kickoffs. I know a very large company, Jack, that is heading to your neck of the woods at the end of February for their sales kickoff. So nothing like being in Chicago for a quick vacation on your company in the middle of winter.
In February, in this month?
Yeah, because they got a deal somewhere, probably on the Chicago Convention Center, to host a very large sales kickoff for a very, very large software company. I'm sure there was a hell of a deal on it.
I'm going to guess, is it CRM?
No, it is not them.
I know they got a big office here.
They do. Yeah, they got their Chicago Salesforce Tower.
I actually think I can see it from out my window, but yeah, that is. I got a few friends that work there.
Yeah, nothing says budget cuts like sales kickoff in Chicago in the middle of winter. When you're used to when they used to go to Cabo or Vegas or Scottsdale at this time of the year.
Sales guys looking for deals.
Man, that 660 level is going to hold again. I hope not. I really want a new low here, or a violent new low.
A puke and rally.
Like the January lows in ES a little bit lower than the target you and I were just talking about. It looks like we're going to head there. Yeah, like taking out the January low in ES and maybe rallying off that. Wouldn't hate it. Where did my music go? Vibes just stopped.
Well, my Bitcoin will not be getting hit anytime soon.
I'm going to compress 300 points of range in this screen right now.
Move my 6J stop down above that high. Don't feel like I need to watch that thing go back above the jolts.
And Nvidia back down to 172. Microsoft under 400. Yep. Tech getting killed once again.
$50 points is a blip right now.
Yeah, on a 400 point daily range that we've got so far.
Here's your 600s, but until VIX gets to 21, I am not interested.
Yeah, we're getting close to that January low in ES. Just a little blip lower.
Bitcoin at 68,000 coming up.
When margin call for Sailor?
When margin call, I will buy. The pain. That's just a strict contrarian. It's the only thesis.
I mean, I'll start a new company today. Well, you and Jack, we can do it. We'll start a company today. We will raise funds. That is our mission is to buy Bitcoin at a better average than Michael Saylor's.
It wouldn't be hard. We'd have to buy it right here.
You just got to buy now. We're good.
Yeah. He is,
better returns.
It's pretty, what's his average? Like 76?
76.
Explain more about how you use the VIX. So the VIX in high volatility markets it's used as a hedging instrument, and I just have 21. That 21 level is kind of like a profit target on. There is 21 right there, so I still need to see buyers step in. I'd be incredible if we literally just tick this low here, but VIX is officially traded 21, and I need to see buyers step in. I'm not quite at the point where I'm willing to.
All right. Yes, coming into January low here. We got some volume building. A little node is starting to build on yes here. So let's see if we wick down below it. There it is.
Yeah, we might get that
nasty sell off from that 900 spot. I'm sure someone here caught it. Maybe took the short off my stop, perhaps. I mean, buyers looked real strong for a while this morning.
Took it up to take it down.
Yep. Let's see if they can base it here. I don't mind this 560s. I guess my next level down is like 50, 506, 507. No, that's 590s. 490, excuse me. Nope. You're going to go without me, aren't you?
Let's see here.
Yes, it did. Well, there are some violent moves, folks. Volatility is back. Gotta love it. Casual 100-point rips off that low. Yes, 15
Wild.
points in a second there.
Yep.
Maybe time to flip to micros and widen the stops a little bit. Scale into some of these.
Yeah,
This continues.
I'm already on micros in the NQ, but I am even sizing down.
Like every time I do that, I feel like it suddenly goes back to like range compression, and then I'm like, all right, I'm back to minis. It's like as soon as I flip it and take like a couple trades, suddenly I need to scale back into like 20 micros.
Yeah, I think your range compression is going to take a few hours here today.
Yep.
Considering we're down 400 off the highs in 30 minutes. But yeah, that 600 level on top of the VIX 21, first hint of buying here. Right at that zone. I mean, if we can push one more moderate new low, I'd love to see a divergence between the NQ and the ES here. If that happens, there's so much momentum down here. I'm genuinely afraid to buy, but that's 25 minutes of selling, VIX at the resistance level I anticipated, and NQ at support. That's about as good as a multi-level confluence as I'm going to get. And if I can get just a slight divergence, I will feel very confident in a long.
Yeah, I'm trying along here. See if we can push back up above that 660 spot. If not, I'm cooked. Oh, we did reject right off that. Nope.
Right.
All right. Oh. Come on, little buddy, survive. There we go.
Yeah, I have picked up a position now.
Can we get a push? I'm not up to speed on the new sound effects that production has behind the scenes, but clearly they are ready for just about anything that can possibly come out of my insane brain at times. Come on, push it above 660. Let's go. Don't love that. Yes is gonna kill this, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm worried we're going to drive one more down to 500, or pop up to 720s here. AWNTL, always watching NinjaTrader live. Give me a run, baby.
I was running.
That might be still one of my favorite movies of all time. Come on, buyers. What is... Oh, my candles are... What's going on? There we go. I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm stopped out. My candles are delayed. All right. What is going on? We want to go jack screen. My candles are very lagged suddenly.
Theo, good job. Placed them 8th yesterday. That was a big leaderboard to get up on 8. As far as I know, Salma, Nick is the winner.
Stop me out just to send it.
Nick was already planning his outfit for his first class ticket. So,
yeah, the onesie was going to make an appearance, but oops, not enough likes.
that's a shame. That would be a sight to see. Six. Wow.
That's crazy. What was your strategy?
Buy low, sell high.
Yes, as is tradition. My charts are not cooperating right now.
Yeah, we cracked this low 24,000 at 424. I didn't think we were going to get that here this early, but that looks like where we're going.
Am I still lagging? I can't tell anymore.
Everything to zero. Oil down 3%.
Bitcoin's still dropping.
There's some. It's such a over leveraged long for so many people that like eventually it's just like the pain hurts.
Well, it was funny, like whatever that big sell off we had from like when we dipped below 100, and it was like everybody that was over like whatever, all the crazy leverage that apparently some of the that you're allowed to trade with for some of these people with minimal, I guess, capital is insane.
Come on, let's push through these 79s. My target is a 50% retracement short from the open high, and that is a 24,759s here. I mean, my order is ahead of that, but the more aggressive level I would have would be 720s, which almost makes this trade feel like it's not even worth it to 720. Still getting sold into that 50s.
Yeah, yes. Sawing right off that 24 spot.
Candle setups. I'm not sure what candle setups you're referring to. Or like you're talking about my indicators? Let's see if we get
New lows.
new low in the ES. I got a. Oh, they seem to change color. Are you talking? Okay, the ones that change color. Yeah, that's part of an indicator that I have, which I am finalizing the touches on. I said I'd get it done by the end of February. So that is still the track. I have a couple more that I need to convert over to NinjaTrader that I have on other softwares that I need to put on here. And once I put them on here, I'm going to get them on like availability for the public. Let's see if this actually ends up. This NASDAQ, I don't know. That's way too early to say it's sticking this low because we're so close to it and there's so much volatility. I do have a short target at 08 in the ES. So that would be the only thing that would potentially create that divergence here. If ES can crack back above this 5-minute high, NASDAQ doesn't make a new low. That would be the exact recipe I told myself I would wait for. But of course I didn't. I do not use harmonics. I think harmonics are too sophisticated. I don't know how to properly use them. I don't like to use things I feel like I don't know how to use, even if they're valuable. There's only so much information you can take in before I think you get analysis paralysis. Well, 10:30 here coming up.
Yeah.
First hour is over
Yeah.
in 40 seconds or so.
Thank you. Not making it low again.
I'm going to move my 6J stop below my entry. Don't want to turn it into a loser of any kind.
Let's go, buyers. Don't let me down a third time.
Potential divergence brewing with the new low of the day in the ES. No fall through on the NQ. Right at our 24,600 level. Break above 54s. I think we're running to 760s. Let's get it, Nick. Give the people what they want.
Everyone just full send. Let's do it.
If we all buy together.
My candles are like weird. I don't know what's going on. Not with this data. Yeah, I don't disagree. I would not be surprised if this turns into a trend down day. But I'm going to bet on eventually here sellers are going to fall on their face. Come on, please. Please. NQ, go back to your home. It's higher. They're going to make a new low, aren't they? Well, that's what I get. Not believing in the sellers. They prove me wrong. I asked nicely. I did say please. I tried to talk crap about the sellers. It didn't work. I tried being nice. I tried being mean. Both of them were unsuccessful. Guess we got to actually believe in some sellers. Famous last words. Maybe a little regime change. We'll see. Maybe we just head down to Jack's swing long level.
Close enough to it at this point, but I definitely want to see it trade. And I'd also need to see a reaction to it. That means people are there where I think they should be.
Are we really going to leave a low like that on both? Can we not? I don't understand what my candles are. My candles are painting weird. Ignore the delta on this. That's why I kept refreshing my data. I don't know what's going on with the way these are printing.
I can't wait
to printing, repainting.
Do. 10, 14, 15. Move my stop up a bit.
I feel like this spot's going to hold, but maybe I'm crazy.
bonds continue to rip. Like I said, if you want to trade something long here today, make it bonds.
Wow, what a terrible entry. I'm getting out of this. When you try to get in at 570 and suddenly you're filled at 590 because you had a terrible market order. This is gonna drive me nuts.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first place we've actually paused, at least. It's first hasn't resulted in anything, but I got a shorter time frame target at 24,500. Now we'll see if that gets a reaction or if we still get to that lower. If we go straight down to the low, that'll be better than opposed to like moving higher and then trading down into it. 24,424. I'll say it again, but I will reshort the yen if we get back below where I had taken my position off, which was a few ticks below my entry.
Trying to get my candles to repaint correctly by redoing this data again.
I just can't believe I haven't been stopped out. My stop is set to low, and I'm just patiently waiting for the market to tell me I'm wrong or I'm right.
Mm-hmm. No, I still do like this spot. I still think the 570s is a good long. I just had a terrible entry last time. The poor market, like literally the worst time market order ever. But now here's the push.
I agree, Kimberly. Why exhaust your mental capital energy? Just be patient. Yeah, once I've made decisions, I try to just fear the consequences, not try to overanalyze too much. It makes me error prone. And 6J fading from that high.
Do I think it's going to go lower? I mean, I kind of liked this long. I don't love the poor low on yes or NQ, but that's why I took an attempt to get long there in the 570s. Granted, I did not want to fill in the 590s for the way I'm running stops. Thanks, Phoenix. I didn't have the yes one up. Did we? Yeah, that looks better. Yeah,
right.
let's see if this pushes back up finally.
Let's get it.
I think she's gone. At least back to 740s to 760s. I mean, if they're going to reoffer, they're going to reoffer the 760s again. But I kind of like this push. I think the sellers have had all the time in the world to push us lower. They kept us on that low for a good 30 minutes.
Five bars down, 5 bars sideways. That's how it goes.
Need ass above 25s.
I mean, literally sell off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars down, and then 5 bars sideways. We'll see if we can crack it. Question is, Jack, since you trade a lot of different markets, how do you choose which one to trade on the day? So it depends on the time of the day. So first off, you want to be trading markets that are moving. We do move into markets that are just generally high volatility, which is what we have right now. But there is markets that have selective volatility in a sense that when some markets are calm, other markets are moving. Like before, when the indexes were not really moving, the metals were. So in a market where we have less volatility, I will immediately just gravitate towards the ones that are moving. When everything is moving, I am paying attention to higher time frame. First of all, I would say this is counter trend to my bias, this NQ long, but it's at a significant level, and I was very patient for it. But I look for higher time frame support or resistance levels to trade in their direction of a bias. So if I am right, I can be right for a while and not just right for a smaller time frame. So it's market selection based on volatility and then entry based on higher time frame anticipated support or resistance. And I'm looking at every market. I mean, really, like you can use 10 or 15. That's about like really what's in my wheelhouse. And, I mean, if you were listening to me earlier, the things I talked about, I wanted to see trade here on this NQ low to make me go long. And I actually should probably start stretching my targets. Is I wanted to see a VIX at a certain level. I needed to see the NASDAQ at a certain level. And then I said I wanted to see divergence. I didn't wait for the divergence, but the divergence has appeared, which is the new low in the ES and the no new low in the NQ. And that makes me pull the trigger. Like that for me is like a well-executed trade. Thought out, waited for, confluence, entry, and then you wait. So I'm actually going to move moving my targets up here just because I think we could potentially get a bigger rally off this level. Maybe back up to like 24,920s. So I use ATR intraday to like be aware of the size of the expected move and how I need to position myself from a risk perspective. But if you're really just scanning different markets, you get a sense of what is volatile and what is not volatile. Like, I mean, when Bitcoin broke, I've been trying to get short Bitcoin. But really the markets, like when they're trending, you kind of got to be watching them all times of the day. Because those higher time frame entries may be in the Asian session. Anytime the market's open, I'm kind of aware of where it is, and I set alerts where I get text messages to my phone. And when I get those texts to my phone, that market is at my level. And if I'm home, like I'll take the trade. I don't trade when I sleep, but I trade just about any other time.
Yeah. Well, there's the long. Nick's down $2,000. Bunch of, I don't know if I can describe a poor entry. Just, I think poor execution more than anything else. Good reads, just not well executed today. Let's see if I take another trade here before you and I jump off, but one of those days.
Do you only target 2R or target things in the market? It really just depends on. Ideally I want to see at least 2R, but it's so like if I were to have gotten in this long and the market within 10 minutes was ripping my direction, I would be moving my target up to new highs of the day. That's not the case here. I still have my target pretty high, but the speed of the reaction off of my anticipated level typically creates my expected, like how right I am. The faster it moves, the further it moves, the further my target goes. When we have a slow roll out of my entry, I'm kind of like, is it that great? Like this entry right now, I'm not like, even though I'm still like slightly above my entry, my confidence is not through the roof by any means. Somebody on my roof. Yeah, I'll look for another entry in the 6J. It just kind of came up, swung out that high, and is continuing in the direction lower here.
I mean, there's still somebody reoffering up there. Dang.
Yep.
Where did ES reject off of? That same spot. Which I guess is the 6,800 level on SPOOs. Bear market incoming? Well, we can only hope.
The lower it goes, the better the buy.
I called long, short, and long. Yeah, I know. That's half the battle. It's very easy to see things. It's the execution and managing a trade is still always going to be the most difficult part of doing this. It's easy that you can watch things, but then it's like when you put the money at risk and when you have to like be a little more sniper, like shorts, you still have to be very, very like snipered with your entries. Otherwise you just get ran over. Like I kind of did, where I took 2 attempts up there in the 900s and both of them got stopped out. And then we flushed 300 points lower. It's the way it goes sometimes. Even this, yeah, I got long in the 580s and 590s, didn't work. And we pushed up 100 points from there. Just a tough day. I have days when the market gods shift in my favor and those trades work out, and others where, hey, I'm a split second in a terrible entry and I get wicked out and we still sit around there. And I'm usually good about re-entering when it makes sense. I didn't see anything that invalidated this, as I was saying. Like I still liked the long earlier in the 570s, but after so many paper cuts, you kind of just say, all right, maybe I'm not reading things well or whatever, and I'm just going to take a step back for the rest of the early part of the session. There's plenty of time today.
Always another trade.
Exactly. That's why, red days are part of the I guess, part of the fun of this, as well as taking trades that you get stopped out on and then continue to move in your favor. So it's part of the game.
Definitely part of the game.
Vicent is talking. Yay.
I was hoping we'd at least get to 720 there, and the fact that we didn't.
Yeah, I would have thought so too. We just rejected off basically the R low, or the 30-second opening range low in NQ. All right. Well, if we get this close, don't make a new low. We all riot. Okay, chat?
I think if you're going to go with the prop firm, you want to stick to the ones with the end of day drawdown. I think that the intraday trailing drawdown is significantly harder, and you have to use way less size because you could be right on a trade. It also depends on, like, for my style of trading, at least, because you really can't, if you let a market especially in this volatility. I mean, if you have one mini, you're up $2,000, then you're back to break even in a period of 5 minutes, and now you're 2K below your drawdown.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not even wrong.
Yeah, Jay, I mean, if you have not traded prop firms before, I would not go with Apex just because they use a live trailing drawdown. Like Jack was saying, end of day is where you want to go. Check out Lucid, check out Tradeify, My Fund of Futures. There's others that do end of day that are good places for you to start. When you got a little more experience, you understand that game a little bit. I mean, feel free to give them a try just because they're low barrier to entry, but not when you're learning how to beat the rules and trade the way they want you to trade. Trailing drawdown is just, it's a much different thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you simply are just looking for some practice with potential live upside and want to get, an account for 30 or 20 or 30 bucks and, like a 50K account for 20 or 30 bucks, and you're trading literally one micro, just to keep the longevity of it, because it's going to take you a while to get to the point where you have the skill set to pass the test. But if you want to just understand the math and, have at least a little potential upside, and that, then just trade the smallest size available and understand that the whole purpose isn't to actually like pass the test. It's just kind of to stay alive. And if you can stay alive, you'll eventually get to the point where you're going to pass.
Yeah, that'd be my advice. Check out one of the others. End of day is the way to go. Someone was asking me, would I knife catch 570s again? I mean, maybe. I don't want this low to hold. If this low holds, as I said earlier, we all should riot. You can throw the chairs, throw tomatoes, whatever it is you want. But yeah, I really hope it doesn't hold. Especially because I've been long so many times here. And it hasn't worked out for me. I just would hope that maybe it's for a better reason, like we make a new low. But if not, yeah, the 570s I still love. If this holds again, it holds again. I don't hate that it has. And I think sellers are just asking, with us staying like this and continuing to kind of barely hold it, they're asking to get absolutely ripped here in a few minutes. Would not shock me if they do. Oh, speak of the devil. There it is.
They're listening to you, Nick.
Yeah, when we base like this after a violent move down and sellers are struggling to make a new low, it's asking to get some sort of little short covering pop back into the day's range, which very easily could push us back up. I think what Jack was saying, like up towards the 760s, 720s, it would not shock me.
All right.
Do I call it generational higher lows? No, just generational lows. Only generational lows. But I don't tell you which one of the 3 digits that generational low I meant. That's part of the game. So I can never be wrong unless we get below the 1929 or 1929 lows.
Yeah, I don't think either of us will be here if that happens.
No. I'm somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Central Texas protecting what I have at that point. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on with my Delta map candles here. It's been giving me trouble for the last like hour. You guys notice, like the painting doesn't make any sense. They're just like painting random colors. And it's not printing neutral candles, which would be the gray candles. So I don't know what's going on. I got to play with that. Leo, I've done that like 4 times with what you said in the chat. I've hit it several times. It just does not seem to be working. I think I need to shut down and restart, which yeah, that was kind of my plan, was to start playing around with stuff. I just wasn't going to do it on stream just yet. I figured it would work. It didn't. But also, if we're going to boost out of this, like, let's do it. Are we going to wait till I get off stream and then we're going to rip?
I think they're waiting for us, Nick. And the sooner we leave, the sooner I'm finally going to go somewhere with this trade.
You're still in your.
I'm still
19s?
in it. I have my stop at the low and I got my targets up at 9-10s. Those targets might move, but my stop is. And for me personally, when I start moving my stop, it's just like, I just take these paper cuts, like, and which is good. Like when you're like with the style you're trading, but like for me, it's just like, hey, I'm setting it, I'm forgetting it. Like I've made my decision to take the risk I've put on. And if I get clapped out, great. But like there really isn't any new price information that I have outside of it maybe stalling, which doesn't really gain me confidence in this trade. But at the same time, we could get one of those fat, all Scott Bessett needs to say is something really bullish. And this, you're going to get a 150 point candle to the upside, or to the downside. We're either going to trade down through those lows and you're going to get your wish and maybe down to my 424 level, or I get a little market gods on my side and crack it up to the target I have. But this is something I waited for patiently, and I'm just going to let the market decide if I am wrong.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Lion Cheating Nick. How are you?
Lion cheating Nick. Whoa, shots fired to start the session here. That is just out of left field, sir.
Listen, we had a gentleman's agreement that none of us were going to trade after the close, which you did.
I didn't. I held a trade into the close.
Oh my god!
There was not a new entry
the
placed
fucking
for
mental
Google earnings.
Gymnastics that you're going through right
There
now.
was not another trade.
Okay.
I was simply sitting in runners.
Okay.
And the Google earnings
Nick.
just happened to come in my favor.
So you tweet that you conceded, that you spun out, blah blah blah. I quit trading because you conceded the race, and we also had this friendly agreement that none of us are trading after the bell. And what do I see? After the close, Nick's P&L is above mine. I'm just saying.
I mean, you technically,
if you want, you can just make the rules, change the rules, and without telling anyone else, come out ahead, and all of a sudden you're first class Nick.
I mean,
It's
first
fine,
class
bro.
Nick is fine. I don't know what you want to say. You had a good 55 minutes to potentially just flip on the NinjaTrader mobile app, throw on a little size, and see what you could do.
Something about this is just, it's insane. Honestly, I'm calling Deli after this stream is over.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I demand a recount.
That's the only thing we could do. Somebody has to referee this, because honestly, you tweeted that you were fucking done.
I didn't say I was done. I said I had blown.
Nick, you sent me
my
DM
win.
saying you're cooked. You're tweeting that you're done. I stopped trading, and then here you are. You come out of left field.
I was down about $10,000 at one point.
I know.
While I was on a walk, and that's what I was telling you behind the scenes. Like, I'm cooked. There's no way. I was cooked until the bell. It's not my fault Google's earnings went in my favor.
Jeez. Okay. All right. Whatever. Good job. GG's.
I mean,
You win.
I owe all of my success in trading to you anyway. So
Give me a fucking break. Oh my gosh.
hey, Salma, how are you?
No. I'm just happy Leo's gunning for Nick and not me.
I mean, this is normal. This is
I'm
this
just
is
sitting here
this is
enjoying
just
this.
another day in the world of Leo and Nick as trading friends. Like this is just what happens.
Look at this rally. Let's go.
I'm sure Leo's long too,
I
because
am.
this is a trade he would take.
I am long. Yep. 100%.
See?
I've
There you
been
go.
buying these lows every time. Took them all the way up to, this V range, over, OR, took it here again. I might close it out. It's just like, how many times can you buy it? And I'm at that point where it's like, I can't do it again, but maybe I'll hold a runner for, a breakthrough this little distribution. The tape is
I'm also
green.
long
Yeah.
too.
I mean, they've been buying the absolute piss out of this thing all morning after the overnight low was broken. But, sellers they're keeping this, keeping the offer heavy like a blanket.
I mean, kind of makes sense too, though, because I don't know about NQ, but on ES we do have a gap to fill till 67.95. This is on the 30-minute regular trading hours. We filled almost whatever. We bounced 7 points away from a full gap fill. So, like, I understand why sellers are stepping in here heavy and keeping us pinned a bit. I think if buyers want it, they're going to need to try really, really hard. And they're going to want to clear for ES. They're going to want to clear the 68.30 level. This is where we keep coming up here and selling off, coming up here, selling off. So I was bearish before coming onto the stream. Then I saw this 5-minute candle close and I flipped long here. But on NQ, it looks like a textbook bear flag. Does it pan out though? I'm not sure. And I know Jack mentioned it earlier. He said that, ES made a new low, NQ did not. And we almost kind of double bottomed on NQ. So I don't know if this bear flag will play out or not. Very important area here though, for sure.
Right here at 6, we get above this node at 48. It's kind of where we're selling from all morning. Build some volume above it. I think that'll be good. Otherwise, we'll just stay in this little chop zone. The market's moving though, like you can't complain. Our vol is 140, 150. The overnight range is 460 points. The average RTH range now is 530. So like we're getting movement, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, extremely volatile today.
Yeah, there's lots of opportunities. If you're wrong on a trade, there's going to be another trade. If you're patient and wait for it, don't overtrade trying to look for the big move. But if you get on the wrong side of the market, there's going to be another opportunity to get on the right side, or whatever, for a new setup.
Yeah, for sure. I even caught myself earlier, like flipping between longs and shorts, and being glad that I flipped. So
Right.
I agree. A lot of opportunities. It's a good day not to marry a position.
Yeah.
100%.
Speaking of that, I'm going to get out of this long and just.
And speaking of that,
Cut it.
I think Jack and I are going to get out of this stream.
Good luck,
you
everybody.
should get the fuck out, honestly.
Leo, I love you. I'll talk to you
Love
in a
you
few
too,
minutes.
Nick.
Later.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Oof. Is it my turn now?
Fractal, I went to bed also believing that I didn't go to bed because I won. Fair enough. That's just the facts. It's not debatable, Nick.
He's still here.
Get off the Zoom.
He's still here. Oh, God.
Let me talk my shit.
Yeah, I thought you had it in the bag, and then I go on Twitter and I see Nick posted. I'm like, wait, holy shit, is this real? It's crazy. You did really well, though. I'm glad we called off our bet.
I mean,
So
the thing
happy
is,
about
like,
that.
I got up to like 17 or 18K and I kept pressing because I was still, like I'm still trading, and I gave back a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. So like I was still going when Nick was losing his mind and his P&L. So like I kept going even after I was clearly just demolishing him. And after he said he was done trading by his actions and his tweets, I was like, okay, well, like 13K is good, whatever. So I called it quits. I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah, I thought we were done at 5 too. Guess it's up to Delhi to decide. Damn, dude, buyers are just so weak. They're not able to get above this 9 EMA. Every single time we come up here, we get smacked back down.
We all know Nick cheated. That's funny. I did see the Breakfast with Champions morning show, and then I immediately turned it off because it's bullshit.
I'm gonna get out of this long.
You're long in ES.
Yeah, very lightly sized. I mean, I would love to see a full gap fill, so I am a little bit iffy about longs here. It was looking good for a while though. This here at like 10:50 candle, the 10:50 a.m. candle looked really good for upside, and then, more sellers
Yeah.
stepped in. But again, like the good thing is NQ still hasn't put in a new low, whereas ES has, so makes me feel a little bit better. I don't know. Let's see. I'll actually leave it for stop loss. It's ES that feels like the weaker one now. Feels like they switched spots. Phoenix, not for me. Not if you go on the 30-minute on ES. It has not. Kimberly, I know NQ is the one who's it's been the one that's been leading the drop in the past couple sessions. But I'm just talking about right now in terms of ES printing a new low, NQ not printing a new low. KHO, yes. Wow. Trades by AZ, don't remind him, please. Phoenix, you need to go back in time. It's the 30-minute RTH here. I'll show you guys. So you flip to RTH. We're on the 30-minute. And then I'm gonna wait for them to full screen me. So you guys can see. All right, so 30-minute RTH, go back in time. Keep scrolling. Here it is. Here is the gap. You take it from December 17th high to December 18th low. I do wick to wick. Some people do open to close or whatever. They do body of the candle. I do wick to wick. And I just draw my rectangle. They just stopped me out. ES made another new low. But anyway, I just I draw my triangle and I keep it here. Some people like to move the did I say triangle? The rectangle. I'm sorry. Long day. I know it's only 11 a.m., but it's been a long morning. Anyway, I draw my rectangle. Some people like to move the drawing as the gap gets filled, but if you do that, then you lose the true midpoint of the gap. So I keep it as is. And if we go back in time to where we are now, and you switch back, so I'm always on extended trading hours, but you can see how the dashed line here, the midpoint of the gap, has been acting as some sort of support, because a lot of times they do like to fill these gaps midway and then reverse. Obviously today we've been seeing that, we've been stalling. Buyers are trying, but sellers are trying even harder. So yeah, that's the gap that I was referring to. You need to always look to the left. And I've had this one marked since December. And now we're in February. We're just now visiting back down to these levels. And then full
Funny
gap
how
fill
they
would
keep
be,
tickling this low and then rallying right off of it.
yeah, it's kind of annoying actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really fucking annoying. Excuse my language.
Annoying.
Very.
It'll get taken out. That's what I'm waiting for.
The low.
Yeah,
I might
either
just
that
short.
or
Go ahead.
we break above 48s. Take like a retest of that break.
Yeah, I might just short every single 9 EMA retest. See what we do. Please don't go without me. Nurse girl, thanks. I know better. I know better. See if we get that retest again. Leah, what would be your targets on NQ if we did drop lower?
Honestly, that's a good question. I don't really have any below.
Let me
This is
see.
new. These are new lows for this contract, so I don't really have any long enough time frames on this specific chart book that I have for any levels to be concerned about. I think if you look at the balance area and extended that 100%, which is what I do a lot when I run into this situation, I would just take a fib tool.
Oh, look at you.
And then just take 100% of that. But I don't remember how to make. I think I did it wrong.
What are you trying to do?
Well, I would want the extension of this range, just a 100% extension.
Oh, I don't know how
Jack
to.
can probably tell me.
You need levels for extensions?
Yeah, hang on.
'Cause I got you if you need that.
Fib
You
extension.
do.
I don't know how to use this tool. So it tells you how much I use fibs, guys. But basically, I would just take this box, extend it 100%, to the downside. That would be kind of an important level for me because essentially you have a balance area and 100% extension of that balance should be. Kind of
What is that area? Like from what date to what date?
Oh man,
I could do
let
it.
me do it. I know I've done it before, so here's what I'll do. I'll take a rectangle.
Oh, I think I see what you're trying to do. Going from all-time highs to January 21st low? Or is that a daily chart? I can't even see.
It's 30-minute, 60-minute.
Oh.
So then I would just mark this level. Or this guy right here. So like this for me is a very balanced range. You can see all the volume that we did in here. So I would just take the high and the low of this range and extend that 100%. So that would be 265. I'm likely we get there today, but That would be an important
Oh,
area for me.
there's new lows.
Yeah. And there they are. They really slammed into those lows with bids and rallying out, and we fucking missed it.
Sorry, that was my bad for asking about levels.
It's your fault.
I know, my bad.
You know what we have to do is we have to figure out what the next Leo versus Salma competition is going to be. Because I want my $500.
Do you though? Do you really?
I do. I want it.
Wow, now buyers are stepping in.
They be
Get smacked
buying.
back down.
Very
Well, I
aggressive.
filled on my shorts, so we'll see. But yeah, this is very aggressive candle here. How do you how did this competition come to be? Did you guys just, was it your idea?
It was Ninja's idea. And they just said, hey, do you guys want to do a competition? And we were like, sure. Sounds
All right,
fun.
yeah. I mean, I'm down for the next one. I will be honest, maybe next time I won't be full porting, and I don't think I'll be trading every single product that's available to trade. I will try and take it a bit more serious. Okay, wow. They are pushing us.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was waiting for, and we missed it.
Damn. Unwind. We don't know who won.
I won. That's just that's the facts.
It's gonna come down to like a technical. It's between Leo and Nick. But if he had those trades on going into 4 p.m.
I mean,
I don't know.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I would do that too. Just call it quits and just leave a bunch of trades on, and then they hit, I won. Ooh, that's not a competition. That's just yellowing for and just like, oh, look at me,
Yeah.
surprise.
Yeah. Dude, I saw that tweet and I was floored. I'm like, no freaking way. That was
The chat should decide. Okay, production, can we run a poll? Who won? Just put who won yesterday's competition based on all of the facts that who won the competition. Leo or Nick?
I'd love to see what comes out of this. Is Deli gonna give it to you or to Nick? Yeah, I mean, if there's one way to come back, you're gonna come back with a earnings YOLO. It was strategic. Dude, what is this buying pressure? Go away. Someone said XY won. Here's NQ at the 30-second OR low, which is where we previously rejected off of. And ES just closed above the 9 EMA on the 5-minute. I'm gonna get out. Wow. Sheesh.
Pull us out. They're saying so far. They're saying Nick won. So
Wait, let me go vote.
10% to Nick. Oh, it's tied up. Close. It's close.
Nick said, I will not be silenced. Why are you still here? Go enjoy your day. Me and Leo have double streams today. You don't. Go enjoy that. Touch grass for me. Oh, he's on a call. All right, I'm going to try shorts again. Risky business. Wow, this is really split. Wait, the poll disappeared for me. Hey, I'm down for that.
What's up?
Should each trader get a first class ticket only on the return flight?
No.
What?
No.
I'll take that. I would take that. Wow.
All right. Big
All
rally
right, buyers
here.
are in full effect. Jeez. Oh my God.
Here's the OR mid. See if we get any pause here. I'll jump in a couple.
Tell me I should try it again.
No. This is my OR mid trade. I hate it because of the context, how things have changed. But I'm gonna just take a stab at it. Very unlikely to work.
Yeah, I just tried shorts twice. Didn't work. Fractal firm, don't say that. If she hears you say that, she'll believe it.
All right, I took 2 off just to book the
Nice.
profits. I'm having a hard time with this fucking stop though. All right. I'll probably be pretty quick to take right around here where we broke out from, because I think buyers should try to defend this little LEN right here. It's like anywhere around here. Yeah. I'm gonna go down to 1. I really didn't think
You're a good scalper.
I really didn't think that trade would work, honestly. But numbers are numbers, and I have pretty good data on this trade specifically. So
Imagine this is one big bull trap. Leo's OR mid trade for the win.
all right, I'm out.
Good trade.
Thank you. The stats on the hour mid trade are on paintingthetape.net. You can read about it. The Hans, I mix it up, you know.
Leo, yesterday I realized how quickly someone can blow up with a 5 lot.
I think we all saw it in early life. Yes,
that was
that's very
crazy.
true. Yeah, I mean, you do need to be managing your risk. Otherwise, it'll manage you.
Yeah. Guys, it's very easy to lose money when you're size big. Cool down, Dave. I was right next to Kane. I was right next to XYZ on the leaderboard, so no shade being thrown. It is the truth. It is very, very easy to blow up. Especially when, I mean, it's different, right? When you're trading your own account, there is that emotional attachment to the money aspect of things. Whereas, like, yesterday's account for the competition was obviously paper. And, paper trading, you can be like, oh, I don't care. And it's just so easy to just blow up. Kelson's asking, what's my biggest mistake yesterday? My biggest mistake was leaving to go get coffee. Should have just never left. Should have gotten out of my positions before then. What indicator are you using for PDL, PML? Oh, I've shared it on here before. I'll share it again. You can take a screenshot of this. This is what it's called. And then you can kind of mess around with like the settings on what you want on and off. I have a lot of stuff toggled off. Yeah, hidden dust. That was one expensive cup of coffee. It is what it is. Yeah,
Took you
Kimberly,
a
that
long
too.
while
I
to
mean,
go to get it too, apparently.
oh, dude, because the nearest Dunkin' is like freaking 15 minutes away. Well, that's not true. There's one that's like
You can't
5
make
minutes
coffee,
away.
Salma? You don't have a coffee maker?
Not for iced coffee. No, I don't know how to make that.
It's easy. You've
But
never done cold brew?
no, at the house, no,
It's so easy.
never.
It's nice because you can make it like a big jar of it and just keep it in your fridge.
Yeah, no, I would love to be able to do that. But plus it like gives me something to look forward to, being able to like just like get out of the house, go for a quick drive. And then on my way to this Dunkin', guys, there's this like homestead, and I pass by these like 4 horses, 2 donkeys, and a couple cows, and it's really, really nice to just pass by them every day. I don't know. Something to look forward to.
We're coming right up here against yesterday's low, and this would be a good spot for there to be resistance. But again, just I throw caution to the wind here when you have this big fat distribution, all this consolidation, and we're now breaking away from it. So these resistance areas are going to be treated with caution for me, because we did get a pretty large move down, but after that we didn't really extend it further lower, right? So we may just continue this move to the upside. I just kind of like that. I don't know. It's tough because it's like you want to go for continuation, a continuation trade lower when you see this type of aggressive initiation. They sold this entire rally very obviously, but you don't want to get in front of it. You don't get steamrolled when this thing's going one direction.
Yeah, this is some aggressive buying. There we go. Euro close.
Yes is what? Near hive day?
Right now?
Yeah.
No.
No?
ES is at the 5-minute OR mid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we're still a long way. About 40 more points or so for high day. Do you have stats on ES for the OR mid, or is it just NQ?
Just thank you, but I actually asked the gentleman that helped me run the numbers to recently, just the other day, I asked him to run them for NQ again, and then also for ES.
Cool. Yeah, I would love to know.
Seen a little bit of a
There you go. A little bit of
resistance here.
selling pressure.
Yeah. I'm personally just going to wait for, I think, just kind of a good long setup. Might not get a great one because of, the way this market is now trending. This little short-term trend has like 0 pullbacks.
I can't believe they immediately bought it up as soon as we made new lows.
I was waiting for it, Salma. I was ready.
I know, and I distracted you. I'm sorry. This lady Nat comes in every single day, comments snide remarks, and goes, Nat, I said it yesterday as well. Trade of 8 NinjaTrader was down, unfortunately. I couldn't log into my trading view, so I was already at a disadvantage, and that's not to come up with any excuses whatsoever, but I was trading off of the NinjaTrader mobile app, which is not something I'm used to using, 2 really ever used before. So not only was I learning how to use the app as I was going, but I was trading, minis, which I don't trade. I was trading silver, gold, whatever. I was trading everything. It is what it is at the end of the day. It was just a competition. And I'm glad that me and Leo called our little side bet off. That was great. Hell yeah,
I
I'll
thought
take
it was only fair,
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We'll do it for the next one. Damon's now not even trying to feed the troll, but she comes in every single day, says something, and thinks I don't notice. She puts that same emoji every single time. Anyway.
Never met a hater doing better than me.
Bro, I don't see Nat on here on the stream. Is Leo's alias Nat? Dude, let me find out that too, Leo.
No, I wouldn't do that. I like to have fun and all that good stuff, but no, I wouldn't. I'm not a troll.
The only reason I have a burner account is so I can give the stream another thumbs up.
That's right.
That's it. That's all I do with my burner.
Oh man, I do like the short hair, but I am not going to take it. I'm going to look away.
Top of the 5-minute OR high. Is there a stat for that too? Or is it just for the mid?
No, just it's the OR mid trade. That's it.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the predominant use. My predominant use for the 5-minute OR is just that mid. Like that's a very specific setup. I use the 5-minute OR because NQ, I wanted to kind of slow myself down at the open, and 30-second, the traditional 30-second opening range was just too much for me. And this gives me kind of everything I need. And then the OR mid trade just kind of over, I don't know, like a year of using the 5-minute OR, I started to notice that midpoint was often a very good trade location. And then I had a guy that I refer to as my quant. He is an MIT grad, so he's incredibly smart. And I asked him, I gave him all the parameters for the trade setup, and he ran the numbers, and it's over the 4 years. I liked what I saw. Obviously, past performance doesn't indicate future results or anything like that. But it's worked well for me over the course of the last 2.5 years since I started, really adding that to my arsenal.
I think part of the reason,
it doesn't have there's no 100% win rate here, right?
right?
But
I think part of the reason why I even followed you on Twitter, like, I don't know, a year and a half ago, was because you would always talk about the OR mid.
Yeah.
Oh God, I tried to keep that in.
How close do I monitor the VIX? I don't really obsess over the VIX. I have we apply some math to VX futures, and I only care about where that guy is related to kind of a pivot point for us. Anything else, I don't really. I think a lot of what you see over here, these market metrics, the environment. I guess the way I could put it is the VIX is going to describe what the environment is going to be like. And you can further break that down to some of the stats that, are over here, right? So, like, what's the relative volume? If relative volume is 150, I just know that VIX is going to also be elevated. So for me, I only track whether it's above or below a certain point, and that point changes week to week. And then where it is in relation to that pivot too. So I don't really, but that's VX futures. That's actually a traded product. Whereas the VIX is a calculated math, equation based on options. Do you watch the ES on lower time frames? I do. Yeah, so typically I have an ES DOM like I do right here. Now that we have some usable DOMs for Ninja, no shade to NinjaTrader Super DOM, but now that we have this, I just loaded that up so I could peep on what's going on with ES. So I glance over at it just kind of see where it's at in relation to NQ. Eventually I'll get some levels on there, like these MGI levels, prior day low, so I can know, oh, ES is at yesterday's high, and then I kind of watch its volume and deltas, on the DOM to give me that perspective. Hey, you're welcome, Bayou Trades. Larry says to counteract the trolls, may you have the most lovely voice to trade with. Very soothing, Salma.
Wait, who said that? To counteract, wait, when I say you're the most lovely
Larry
voice?
said that. Very genuine.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that. Thank you, Larry. I think the trolls keep things a bit interesting and fun. If only I could troll back, though. All right, here we go. Starting to see some selling pressure. Might take a small short with stops at the high there.
I need to tweak the ES ladder here a bit.
I keep stops tight. It's crazy. These 5-minute candle ranges are huge. Dallas Bates, I'm about to start stealing that. I choose peace this year. No, Ruben, I'm not posting while I'm streaming. I can't, unfortunately. I'm multitasking enough. Okay, if this is truly selling pressure, which seems a bit iffy now, but you'd want to see 5-minute on NQ. You want to see sellers defending that OR high, which they're trying. And then you want to see what buyers do once we start approaching the 9 EMA. Let's see. Michael, I think he said that the stat is available on his website.
Indeed. That doesn't look right. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm trying to configure this
What
ES
are you
DOM a little
doing?
bit. Just try and get an ES DOM going here. Trying to make this guy for ES same.
Yoda, about time. All right, let's see if these shorts work. I add here just so I can take a trim a bit sooner.
There we go. Getting somewhere now.
Come on.
Good short.
Thanks. Too bad Nat's not here to see it. Let me not get cocky here before they reverse this. Oh God.
It's like worse than a position screenshot.
Yo, oh my God, yes. Would be killer. Imagine they just like reverse it right there, right before first trim. It's hilarious.
Oh, whoops.
Wow. They might do it.
There we go.
Come on.
Got an ES Dom ready to go now.
Okay, NQ's at its 5-minute OR mid. Same thing coincides with the 9 EMA. If sellers really want this to come back down, they're gonna need to try hard. Michael Gonzalez, I think you can use whatever time frame you want for the OR. There's people use the 5, people use the 30-second, people use the 15, 30
Don't
hourly.
say that to Pax. He'll tell
Don't
you
say that to Pax, yeah.
the only approved opening range is the 30-second opening range.
There we go. We got our first trim. Putting
Everything
stops at
else
break
is
even.
bullshit.
Come on, come back down. Oh wow, even the 15-minute looked really good for a reversal.
Should we take this OR mid long?
Don't fade me. Let my runners breathe. Nick, I know people who use the 30-minute OR. For metals, I used to actually draw like my standard deviations off of the first 30-minute candle. And it would work.
All right,
Work really well. You fader.
I mean, that could just be your exit liquidity.
Let's see.
Come on, buyers, let's go.
Oh, brother. Don't do this to me. Buyers, you think you could do this to me?
All right, I'm out for 25 on one.
Wow.
Looking
Stopped out, break even.
Looking for 820s on the next.
Yeah, just Gary, she missed it. She could have been the bad jinx. All right. Looks like they want higher. GG. Might try this again.
Yeah, I'm out.
We're also at the 90-minute and the 30-minute. Jeff, if it wants to go up, I'll just get stopped out. It's fine. The 30-minute candle does have 8 minutes left here. So, obviously, I think that if the 30-minute candle closes above, there it is. They tap me out. If the 30-minute candle closes above, then yeah, I don't see how we don't go to new highs today. Unless some BS news happens or something.
See, there's a taper right here at these highs, right, on ES. And, that's good for you, right? It indicates kind of lack of interest. But we're still very aggressive on the buy side. I'm not saying I don't like, I'm not criticizing your short trade.
Oh, no, you're good.
Just kind of giving some context here.
For sure.
I mean, I would short this.
What?
I said I would probably short short this from time to time, like this type of look. But I mean, that's why I took profit into that area, because I think it's a good resistance spot. So, I'm always thinking about the other side of the trade when I'm in longs, right? Where sellers, like, where's a good short? And so that's why I covered the trade where I did, because I think sellers could step in here and, bring this back down into the range a little bit.
Yeah, the last 5-minute candle close, the one that I got stopped out on, that obviously looked really, really bullish. But I was just the re-entry on my short was purely based off of just us being at, 90-minute, 30-minute, 30-second OR high. The 15-minute was still looking good before we took out the high of that candle as well. So we'll see. I mean, like I said before, this 30-minute candle still has 7, 8 minutes left on it. Or sorry, 6 minutes left on it. We'll see what these sellers do.
So what I don't know if you were if my screen's up or not, but they're just flashing blue, like just lifting all the offers, and then the bid drops off. Like, that's not super bullish. Obviously that can change at any moment, but if you see that over and over, when you're watching the ladder, that's a good, kind of a good sign. Like, just saw it again. Now they're pulling off the bid again. So
yeah, they're
it's
trying.
like they're trying to lift all the offers, but then all the bids step off, right? They pull off the book. And so that creates weakness. Now, again, things can change any moment, but that's kind of one of the things that I look for when I'm looking for some type of exhaustive move, is those characteristics, but they're just coming back every time.
Hello,
Jim.
My favorite person.
Jim.
Yeah.
What is your take on this Nick situation?
He hasn't even been here 5 seconds.
So, all right, let me explain it this way. This is my position on this. Leo, if you were the king of a castle and an invading army was coming to the front door, and you had all of your people up on the wall and you're ready to defend.
You've got to be kidding me.
And the invading army says, hey, Leo, King Leo, we're not going to invade you tonight. We're just going to take this night off. Remember, it's a battle. We're talking about a 4-way battle. We're going to take tonight off. Are you going to go to your guards and say, guys, get off the wall, take a nap? They're not
you should just say Nick won and it'd be better.
Give you this whole story.
I don't know. You guys both came in second and third to me, so I'm good with that.
I knew that was coming.
Jim, you did a great job.
The craziest thing of all time was in that last hour, I went from 101st place to 136th place.
Damn.
So there was a lot of nicks out there sneaking in. Any event, it was a lot of fun. It was good. We're going to do it again. It had all the elements of everything you ever wanted to know about trading happened that day. So it was good.
Here comes your seller, Salma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. 3 minutes left.
That's very aggressive.
Selma, you still in a position?
No. I was just talking about the 30-minute candle coming to a close really, really soon. Same with the hourly, really. It's just a lot can happen in 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
So I was just saying sellers could still step in and close us below the 90 EMA. I can't
All right,
believe
well,
I missed this,
I'm going to
actually.
talk about some of the levels in the E-mini S&P in a second. I appreciate you guys did a great job as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause, everybody. And am I seeing either of you this afternoon or no?
Both of us are going back.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. All right, trading the close. We're going to keep it rolling. We appreciate you guys doing this. Looking forward to this afternoon. I'm going to hop into a really quick edge report, and we're going to call it a morning.
All right. Take care.
See you, chat.
All right, E-mini S&P. This is an interesting chart to me because and Leo and Salma did a great job of breaking this down. Right now I have this VWAP here, this session volume weighted average price. It's that white line there. It's supposed to demark whether buyers are in charge or sellers are in charge in general. It lined up perfectly with JAX 1. It's 68.50. So 2 areas of interest, and that raised my eyebrows. So the next thing that happened, these are 10-minute candles. We touched it. That said VWAP touch. We touched it. We failed to cross over it 2 candles ago, sold back down. Then the very next candle almost did the exact same thing, except ended as a doji. So you have 1, 2, 3 decent green candles off the low, a pause at VWAP, then a complete doji, and now we're fighting it again. We wicked above it, but we don't have a candle close above it yet. So in my world, I'm thinking I want to see a candle close above the VWAP, and then I want to see the next candle take out the highs of this, wherever we end up, the high of this candle. And then I'd be more comfortable looking for longs. But right now, we don't have that confirmation. We just have this back and forth right around that JAX 1 level, right around that VWAP right now. So that VWAP touch is very much in play right now. I'm not willing to say, well, now the bulls are in charge right now. No, we need confirmation. And don't forget, right above that is the value area low, and that also lines up nicely with previous sessions low. So 2 more areas of interest right there as well that we have to break through to get up past the initial balance high. And we have a break on the bottom of the initial balance, so we'll see if we get a double break there. And let's just go back to a daily chart really quickly here so we can see what it looks like. We do have an area of support, though, where buyers tend to come back in on the swing low here. It starts around 68.29.5. We saw it that next day. We saw it today. So these wicks here are kind of suggesting, there are buyers down at this level in recent times. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin really quickly here and just take a peek. This is a pretty rapid descending chart. Look at the RSI. The RSI is, broke through 30. This has been really nicely sloping down and then finally caught some acceleration. And right now we broke below those April lows of 74,650. And then all I have left are really these fib extensions that I'm drawing. The next one down is 76.6 at 62,518. Let's go a little bit further down. We have the April 2024 lows. I know it sounds outrageous, but it could happen. So just keep that in the back of your head right there, that 40, let's just round it up to 50,000, right? Just round it up to 50,000. And that's pretty close to that 100% extension as well. So we'll see where this ends up on the downside, but the bottom isn't in yet, in my humble opinion. Quickly, just kind of looking intraday to see if there's any levels we could think about. All of the JAX levels, all of the areas of interest, everything is north of price right now. So this is looking a little bit similar, but we're not even close to that VWAP yet. So for the session. Again, looking pretty negative here on the Bitcoin. So that's it. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us. Oops, sorry about that. Everybody being here with us on NinjaTrader Live. Best community I've been involved with. I appreciate everybody in the chat, everybody participating. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up and all the good stuff, man. You guys are the best. We're going to take a break. We're going to go ahead and get a tuna salad sandwich, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock East Coast time. Take care.